Lucas Tarango in P1, Cam Becker in second spot, Keaton Wagers in the third spot, Connor Lipka in fourth, and Tyson Underwood in fifth. As we continue, there you see the battle from about third on back here. Early stages of this race again, 10 laps of distance for the Micro Swift or Micromax category. Keaton Wagers is up to third. There you can see the battle from fourth on back. Connor Lipka trying to hang on there to the fourth spot. You can see all this battling going on beyond the top two. They'll see them fight it out. Three different comp carts there. There's Lipka, Weakers, as well as Underwood for that third, fourth,
Far so good. Spencer Smith out front, 7 tenths ahead of Christian Miles, who had a rocket start there. Then it's Cooper Auclair, Lemieux, Bedard, Bailey Dowler, Murphy, Josh Campbell there in ninth, and then Luke French rounding out your top 10 so far. That's one lap complete of a 20-lap heat race here for senior Max. Good move there for Cooper Auclair to the inside. So he's going to go through back there to P2. That was on Christian Miles. Miles looks back. It is a Comp Kart 1-2 TB Kart there in third with Christian Miles. The bright green neon colorway there for Christian Miles. Can't miss him. Then it is Frederick Lemieux there in fourth. And then I believe that might be Oliver Bedard. It is in fifth place there. So we got a 1.5-second spread between your top five. So far, so good for Spencer Smith. But that 6/10 gap that he has to Christian Miles behind him, or sorry, Cooper Auclair now, is looking to be shrinking there. Auclair has left Miles in the dust, and Miles now is going to be under fire here soon from Frederick Lemieux, who's got Bedard all over his rear bumper there. 2.5 laps complete so far for Spencer Smith, who, like I said, it is now 4/10. It was 6/10 out front. So Spencer Smith, so far so good. I thought I noticed it, but I didn't know for sure. But I believe Christian Miles, his rear bumper, his right rear bumper is starting to come loose there. So that's gonna be a performance issue, and it might be a meatball flag if that thing starts to really start flailing around. So for Christian Miles' sake, he's hoping that the last bumper there holds on for dear life. But look at this, Cooper Auclair all over Spencer Smith's rear bumper now. 3 laps complete. It is a tight racetrack there. Wow, what a send. Cooper Auclair caught Spencer Smith lacking there on the GFC. Moved the comp card up to P1 there. What a move. This PKRA facility it's an awesome racetrack. It is a pretty narrow facility here, enough to fit 2 to 3 go-karts around a place. There it is. Spencer Smith back to the inside. Decreasing radius corner there. Smith caught him early, was able to catch Cooper Auclair off guard, and that's going to bring the likes of Christian Miles, Frederick Lemieux, Oliver Bedard, and others back into the mix here. The more these two fight, the more everyone else is going to get back into play. Christian Miles, who at first seemed like he was falling off the pace, maybe had his tire pressure set a little bit lower than the rest of the field, but it looks as though when these two guys out front start to really push and not worry about the likes of the guys behind them, they seem to be the two classes of the field. But a lot of dust being kicked in the air, a lot of drivers starting to drop some tires. So that is one of the things to note around this place. If you drop a tire, dust gets on the racetrack, it can start to get really slick. Here we go. Auclair to the inside, thought about it. Now he's going to go for it. They're side by side, bumper to bumper there, pushing Spencer Smith all the way to the wayside there. But Cooper Auclair is back through, and now here comes Frederick to the inside, chopped off by Smith. Thought about it there. It was Oliver Bedard on Christian Miles. Miles now back into fourth position here. Thought about a peak there in one of the 3 corners to go on this racetrack, but so far so good for Lemieux there, sitting in third. Cooper has had a rocket of a couple of corners there after getting across the stripe. Yeah, it is still 6/10 for Cooper Auclair. So yeah, what a start for him. So far, Miles, let's keep an eye on that bumper. It looks as though that bumper is hanging on so far. He gave the signal there to Bedard to start pushing him forward here. Let's see if Bedard listens. He will. He knows 2's faster than 1. Even though Miles a little bit defensive there, maybe didn't trust Bedard all the way. But these two, if they can work together, should be able to get to the likes of Frederick Lemieux out front. And then obviously Auclair is not too far ahead of the rest of the guys to the point where, it's not a doable advantage to have to make up if you're the rest of the field here. So far, so good. Look at Josh Campbell, by the way. Haven't spoke about him much this race, but he was about 2.8 seconds back a few laps ago. It's 2.2 now. So pretty impressive stuff here for Josh Campbell there. There's Landon Billy as well in the background in 6th place. So this is gonna come onto the wire here. Miles, hand in the air, has to let everybody by because his bumper is all over, dragging the floor there. So Miles, his race is going to be done. That's a frustrating end to his first heat race for the TB Kart driver there. Not how he wanted his race to end, hand in the air, letting the entire field by there. Not the safest place to be letting everybody by, but Miles there, his race is essentially done and dusted. Oliver Bedard now, he's going to retake that fourth position, drops a tire there, and the exit has to go defensive. They're 3 wide into turn 2 there. Bedard on the inside, Smith and Landon Billy going 3 wide. Oliver Bedard's going to hold on to P3 there. It's still Auclair, your leader, over Frederick Lemieux. Bedard's going to have to white line the back straightaway here and not let Smith go by. He's going to slice wide there. Bedard's going to have to go to the bottom of the track. Watch it over under here. Watch it. Here we go. Spencer Smith all over the bumper. Bedard. Oh, they're going to collide there. And I believe that's going to cost them a handful of spots. So let's see who's through. Yeah, it's Landon Billy and Josh Campbell. And then it's Macy Williams as well. So that's going to cost Bedard and Landon Billy, or sorry, Spencer Smith, a handful of spots there. You could kind of see that one coming from the moment Bedard decided to defend. But he couldn't really do anything else, right? Because at the end of the day, once you start dropping tires, is wow, Macy Williams wrestles her way through on Josh Campbell, who's going to slide right back through. He thought about it there on board that TB kart. Josh Campbell on the all-white suit with that colorful helmet there. Inside goes one of the Schumacher karts, not going to make it stick there. Campbell's going to hold on to fight another corner there. Macy Williams has had a great race so far. She's made up a handful of spots as well and has her sights set on Landon Billy out front. There's Macy Williams there all over now the bumper of Landon Billy. Campbell behind, and then there's one of the Schumacher karts. There's a 5-kart train here for the battle for 6th position. I wonder if we can get a view of what happened to Bedard and others there. As wow, Lemieux. We haven't seen Lemieux and Cooper Auclair since lap 4, and Lemieux has hunted down Auclair and gotten around him. So Frederick Lemieux on board the Cosmic there has gotten around the comp kart driver of Cooper Auclair. Auclair's not going to have his sights set back on the lead there. A good couple of corners there for Cooper Auclair. So this one's not done because this track obviously has long enough straights where the draft does play a factor here in these senior max go-karts. So, yeah, as Lemieux gets all sorts of sideways there. I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of dust on the racetrack from how much we saw drivers, dropping tires every couple of corners. So this is one of the factors when you come to this PKRA facility is if people start making mistakes around you, every single time you enter a corner, it could feel different than the last time you went around it there, as Lemieux had to go defensive through the final corner there. So now it's going to be not final corner, sorry, into the back straight. So now it's Auclair all over the rear bumper here. We've seen drivers make late lunges here. Not going to happen, but Lemieux is going to go defensive. It's going to give Auclair a really good exit here as they get through the tight part of the racetrack here. A little bit of a tic-tac-toe section, so to speak, if you want to call it that. Auclair all over the bumper there, keeps it tight through this section. It's interesting to see the different style of driving that these two have as Lemieux goes defensive there, knows that's one of the best passing spots on the racetrack here. Final corner. Let's see what's going to happen. Auclair all over the bumper as checker flag is out. And Frederick Lemieux is going to hang on to win Heat 1 in Senior Max over Cooper Auclair. And then I believe it's going to be might be Macy Williams or Landon Billy there in third position. Let's see if we can get that timing and scoring issue fixed there. But yeah, it is going to be Macy Williams. Macy Williams from, I believe, outside the top 10 finishes in third position. So what a run for her. Then it's one of the Ralph Schumacher go-karts. Then I believe it's Landon Billy as well. Then it's Josh Bedard and others there had to fall back a few spots there. So what a chaotic and hectic Senior Max race. All right. So as we get ready and set to go for some more heat racing, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Emery Lida.
Thanks, Alex. I mean, that was a phenomenal Senior Max race. We saw a lot of good battling at the front of the field, and probably one of the best races that we've seen so far this weekend. So, I mean, this has been a good start to the weekend for all of these guys, but we're getting set to go for Minimax is the next session up on the grid. Again, this was the session that saw Jackson Porter on the pole position, Mateo Quinto in the second spot, Gage Grant in the third. And so these guys will have a 10-lap heat number 1, the last race before we get set for our lunch break. Again, just really, I mean, this has been some good racing so far through the heats. We saw on Junior Max a good battle at the front until Nick Eccleston got spun around. And then on the senior max side of things, again, we just saw what was, in my opinion, the best battle so far today. I mean, a lot of good racing going on. Federico Leme was able to come away with the win from pole position. Again, like Alex mentioned, that was a good run through the field. I mean, Alex, as we get set to go for the rest of the day, how do you think the senior max grid sets up for the rest of the heats and into the final later on today? Okay. Okay, I think that having a little bit of technical difficulties getting between me and Alex, but right now, we've got one of the best races on the grid that just ended up. Now we're going to Minimax again. Some track cleanup still going on. You can see that in the background. Again, these track workers at PKRA, they're doing an excellent job so far this weekend. Clean racing for the most part through the first 3 heats, but as we get set to go for the 4th one, Minimax, if it's anything like qualifying, we saw that it was more of a spaced out grid. So hopefully, fingers crossed, some tame racing here as we get set to go for their heat in just a minute. And now, we're continuing to see the rest of track cleanup going on. And Alex, this has been a really good race so far. We've seen a lot of good racing. We're getting set to go. We see the plains up in the distance, beautiful Glendale. This has been fun to watch. We're set for an exciting last heat race here in Minimax Snow.
Yeah, for sure, Emery. The Minimax class put on a show for us in that first heat. Obviously we saw a bit of field spread there, which is normal when you get a chaotic start, right? So let's see if these guys can keep things clean and see if they can make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a 7-cart field, this makes it to where the first few laps won't be quite as hectic, but we can still see some good racing. Jackson Porter, one of the best micro mini drivers of the last couple of years, starts on pole. He'll have a lot of competition behind him, though, because Mateo Quinto has looked really good this weekend. Again, 10 laps is the first heat. There's still a lot left to go in this day, as well as the championship as a whole. But Alex, what do you think Mateo has to do to beat someone of the caliber of Jackson Porter and continue to kind of put himself right in that upper echelon of mini drivers?
Yeah, you got to stay consistent, right? We saw it there in the senior max race. It's getting to the point now where things are getting chippy between guys, and you start dropping tires, make mistakes because this track, as exciting and fun it is to drive, it's unforgiving. We saw a few guys there, even some of the top talents, right? We saw Campbell do it, where you just, especially that final corner with how tight the exit is, you start dropping tires, you put sand on the track. So like I mentioned earlier, every single time you come around the stripe, it's kind of like a new racetrack almost, right? You don't know if there's sand in the corner, so it creates an entirely new ball game for these young kids to have to work around here. And obviously Jackson Porter, one of the more experienced guys in this mini max class, but Mateo Quinto has been incredibly impressive to say the least here. Those comp carts have been rolling in general, so I'm excited to see how this one pans out here, and I'm expecting a good one here, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. Jackson Porter, you see there the Hy-Vee sponsorship on that cart. One of the cooler things we've seen in the micro mini category of the last few years. Mateo Quinto has looked good this weekend. He just needs that last couple tenths of pace that he was missing in qualifying. And then we continue to go through the rest of the grid. this has been one of the more interesting categories to watch over the course of practice. Again, session 7, we saw Quinto on top. We saw Singuiti look pretty good, but throughout the rest of the grid, Gage Grant in 3rd position, Christian Singuiti in 4th, Harrison Jeffrey, we watched a lot of him in qualifying. He rose off 5th in the Praga, Nico Skulien in the 6th spot, and Vesper Majuska routing out the field in his comp cart in the 7th spot, Alex.
Yeah, it may be a small grid. It may be a small grid, but the field, in terms of like lap time and overall pace from what we saw in practice yesterday and what we saw in quality and the heat races today, these guys are competitive enough with each other, right? So This should be a good race no matter what here. Like you said, that high V cart looks so good there with Jackson Porter on the all red, livery there. You can kind of see, Mateo Quinto right behind him there, just kind of giving him a little bit of a almost intimidating, as we get ready to take the green here. But yeah, like I mentioned, these comp carts have been very, very quick. We saw it in the Senior Max class with Cooper Auclair, with how fast he was. Obviously, Frederick Lemieux got the better of him there. But so far, I mean, we saw it with Miles as well, right? Obviously, with the bumper issue, had to fall out of that one. But in terms of overall pace, the comp carts have been quick. But here comes Jackson Porter in that beautiful high V livery, getting ready to set to take the green here. The inside line has the advantage here around this place. Look at it. First, second, and third is going to be the inside row. It's going to be the outside for Mateo Quinto there is going to have to try to hold on to the fourth place. So from second to fourth there, not the start Mateo would have wanted, but you can kind of see that one coming with just the overall, nature of how these races start. And look at that. What a lunge. Mateo Quinto to the inside there on Vajuska there. So Mateo Quinto back up into P3, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, a good recovery already for Quinto to get one of those spots that he lost back. And I mean, we've seen him have at worst the second best cart this weekend. So I would expect him to be on the prowl here as we get set to go. Again, this is the final heat race of the first heat session. So we've got one more after this. We're going to go into lunch break. So again, I mean, 10 laps of distance. Jackson Porter, we saw him in qualifying look dominant. It's going to take a lot to go. But I mean, right now you're continuing to see just what these guys can do. This has been a really clean opening lap here between Porter at the front. We saw Quinto lose a couple spots, but he didn't get into any sort of contact or scuffle. So, I mean, so far this has been a clean race, Alex. I mean, we're continuing to see the field try to work their way up and see if they can't catch up to Jackson Porter, with Gage Grant finding himself into second now.
Yeah, I was gonna mention. I tell you, Gage Grant has been impressive, right? I mean, the gap, it went from 5 tenths to almost 6 tenths. But in terms of overall lap time, to only be about a tenth off of Porter there, it says a lot about Gage Grant's ability to drive one of these mini max go karts there. So Gage Grant is holding his own here out front. Now we have Mateo Quinto and Jeffrey there working together a little bit. So I expect these two to start, catching up to the rear bumper of Grant, and then possibly looking at the lead there, as we saw a possible move there from Harrison Jeffrey. Thought better of it, though. I think these guys should work together if they want any chance of catching up to Grant and potentially Jackson Porter. But who knows how these races are going to unfold. I mean, like I mentioned, if these guys were to work together, as we see a good little sector there from Mateo Quinto, really showing the pace of that con-cart and showing his ability to wheel one of these things. So far, so good here. Let's see what the lap times say this time around. 8 tenths now is the lead for Jackson Porter, so he's really starting to come into his own here. But that gap has shrunk between second and third here as they round the bowl corner into the back straight, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, we're continuing to see this pack evolve. I mean, like you mentioned, Mateo Quinto really bringing that second group closer to Gage Grant. That last time through, picked up about a tenth and a half. Porter's kind of set sail up at the front of the field. No one seemed to be able to match his lap time. And I'm curious to see how this race will evolve lap after lap. We've seen throughout the weekend that early on in the runs is where people are getting their fastest laps in. So being able to preserve the tires, even on a harder compound, is going to be super important. I mean, right now we can see this group from third on back, Quinto, Jeffrey, and Sanguiti working well together. Looks like maybe they've given up a little bit of time to Gage Grant that last time through. In fact, yes, they did just a small bit, but they're almost into the draft, and that will make this 3-cart pack a 4-cart pack as they catch up to second.
Yeah, I mean, that gap extended, for Grant over Quinto by about a tenth there, but it looks to have shrunk this time around if these guys can really get set in their ways here for third, fourth, and fifth and start really having their sights set forward. But I think that was largely due to it. Quinto had a little bobble in the middle part of the racetrack last lap, and it hindered his progress. But this time, it's looking a lot better for the comp cart driver there. Like you mentioned, Porter has set sail out front, but this battle for second is about to heat up here as Quinto all over the rear bumper now of Gage Grant there. I guarantee this is less than 5 tenths between these two guys. Yeah, it's 3 tenths now. So 2 tenths faster was Mateo Quinto. Only a tenth off of Porter last time by. So Mateo Quinto is starting to really, figure this place out, really starting to really understand, what setup he needs maybe for the final later this afternoon. So I still think we're on for a really good final later today here in the PKRA facilities, as we're going to start seeing, I suspect, the battle for fourth and fifth as well between Sanguinetti and Jeffrey, because I think Sanguinetti right now is starting to feel like he might have a little bit of a pace advantage over Harrison Jeffries here. So we'll see how that one unfolds. Gage Grant, I will say, this time around has actually extended his advantage, it looks as though, Emery.
Yeah, it looks like Quinto's maybe struggling to keep it exactly consistent. We've seen him sliding out a little bit more there. Again, onto the main straightaway. Will we see Harrison Jeffrey make a move? No, he decides to stay in line there. But I mean, it looks like Quinto's just struggling to get that cart to stay on the right line. And I mean, it's cost him a couple tenths this time through. He was all the way up in the draft. Now he's got more work to do. Gage Grant, that last time through, was 3 tenths quicker, but it really was more in Quinto just doing a 49.0, where previously he was down in the mid to upper 48. So not a good lap there from Quinto. That extends the margin for Gage Grant a little bit more. And I mean, right now, you wonder how patient will Harrison Jeffrey and Christian Sanguinetti continue to be in fourth and fifth, because both of those guys, I mean, they've yet to really challenge Quinto once he got back by them. But if he continues to mess up, you have to wonder at what point does Jeffrey decide to pull the trigger?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in my opinion, it really just depends on when they get that two to go signal, right? Because after that, you usually start to see the gloves start to come off between these drivers, right? And if I'm the likes of Jeffrey and Sanguinetti, I'm starting to realize, maybe we need a different leader in this group to go ahead and catch up to Gage Grant, who by himself has held his own throughout this race. I mean, consistently about a tenth or two off the pace of Jackson Porter on board that high V go kart, but like you mentioned, the biggest thing with Matteo, who's been quicker than Jeffrey and Sanguinetti at large portions of this race, but when it comes to the consistency aspect of we need to get back-to-back laps, identical. That's where, like we mentioned earlier before the race started, that's where he seemed to struggle in the first race, and that's where it struggles again in this one. But so far, that gap looks to have closed. But Matteo had to go a little defensive there in that final corner, cost him on the exit there, and I thought he was going to take a look at Grant. But now, instead of having to have his sights forward, he's having to look back almost, because of the likes of Jeffrey and Sanguinetti are so close to him now there. But a good couple corners for Matteo Quinto, and he has closed that gap back to 3 tenths between him and Grant. Grant last time by lost 4 tenths to Jackson Porter. So now Jackson Porter is really starting to, stretch this here on this mini-max field. Let's see if Matteo Quinto can put together a back-to-back, solid laps here on this place. And I think this is nothing against Mateo Quinto. I think what we're seeing is a large portion of the dust being on the racetrack. And like I mentioned earlier, right, this track tends to, play into the hands of the guys that are able to, kind of predict the sand. Looks as though Mateo has figured it out, because he just closed 2 tenths on Grant now. He might start making a move here, Emery. He's only about half a car length back. I thought he was going to sneak one there, but through the bull corner and down the back straight, he's going to have a great chance.
Yeah, I mean, Quinto has continued to work his way up towards Grant. It's taken him a while. It's taken him a few mistakes to kind of get himself in it, but now that group of three is now a group of four. Gage Grant is completely under fire, and Quinto, again, has had so much pace in that cart. And again, I mean, we're getting set down. This is crunch time in this first heat. Again, it's a long day, a lot more opportunities, but with less than 2 laps to go at this point, you have to wonder how patient Matteo Quinto will be. Again, this is his chance to get back into second. As we now see, there goes Christian Sanguinetti way wide into that bull corner. You can see there he's going to lose 4 or 5 kart lengths, and that will be his chance at a possible top 3 done in this first heat, as Gage Grant continues to hang on against Matteo Quinto. That last lap through, coming out to the white flag lap, you can see he's got about a kart length and a half in his hand, in his back pocket. So, I mean, Alex, I think he doesn't need a block, but as I say that, he goes down defensive, and that's going to open everything up again.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, because I believe with the way the system works in the heat races, where it's the average finish is what lines up for your final, I think Matteo Quinto, if I'm him, I want to start on the inside, right? Like, I almost don't want to finish second in this race, to do everything he can to try to get that inside row, because so far it has looked like the inside row is the better place to be. And yeah, Gage Grant's going to hold on a second there, and I wonder if that's almost a tactic between him and Matteo Quinto. So Quinto's going to hold on a third. Jeffrey all over his bumper there in fourth, and Sanguinetti, like we saw, got to the rear bumper of Jeffries and moved him wide. He's going to finish fifth. Then is Cullen and Majewski there, rounding out your top 7 in Minimax. But what a drive for the high V red Jackson Porter Minimax driver there. He's going to sweep the heat races here at Minimax. And I still suspect we're going to have a good one in the final, Emery.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think it's going to be a good a good heat number 2 coming up later, as well as a good final later on in the day. So I mean, this has been a good mini max heat. We saw some battling from second on back. We also saw Jackson Porter put in a lot of good consistent laps at the front. I mean, his ability to keep the tires underneath him is nothing short of impressive. And so, I mean, again, this has been a very good race from Jackson Porter. He's going to be very tough to beat. But if Mateo Quinto and Gage Grant and the rest of the field can find just that last little bit, maybe it's in the jetting with these Rotax engines, maybe it's with the pressures and kind of extending the tires out through the rest of the race. Either way, they'll have a lunch break and more to figure it out. But I mean, Alex, I think this is shaping up to be a pretty exciting battle.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we have a lot of good races to look ahead for, right? I mean, the junior max guys were quick. The micro max guys were exciting to watch. And obviously senior max, the headline division here for this weekend has a bunch of, star-studded national talent here. And we're going to have the likes of Christian Miles having to come from the back. So I think it's going to be we're going to have some good races ahead of us here. Obviously, like you said, going into lunch break. Just before we go, Emery, I want to know one last thing. I mean, what are your expectations coming into, I'd say, our headline class of senior guys?
Yeah, I mean, let's see. It was a really good run through
So you
for
finally want to get
Ben
behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back here to the Phoenix Kart Racing Association. We are back for the second round of heats and the finals coming up later today. Starting out with your Junior Max category. Again, live coverage exclusively on KC Premium, sponsored by Acceleration Kart Racing. Back here again after what was a tumultuous start to the day. We've got some great heat race action out of the way, and now we've got even more at the front of the field here for the Junior Max category. Is Nix Eggleston on pole position. Again, he had a rough go of it in the first heat with a spin on the last couple of laps after getting turned around with some contact early on in the race. So Eggleston going to look to try to avenge that coming into the second heat here. Again, it's 12 laps the distance. A lot that can happen during this time, about 46-second lap times being run around this track. So I mean, this PKRA track, a beautiful sight, lots of good, exciting racing, a very fast and flowing track as well. So, I mean, this is one that's going to be exciting to watch for sure. So, Eggleston getting set to start on pole because of his qualifying effort that was really impressive. But let's take you through the rest of your starting grid for the Rotax Junior category. Nix Eggleston on pole position. Kyle Drysdale in second, and Schwab Lamo and Gage Korn making up row number 2. Then you get to Maximilian Spilgler and Xander Malstatas in the third row. Kaylee Countryman and Killian Harris on row number 4. Ty Fisher, Mason Kuhn on row 5. Jack Speth and Mason Duchesse in row 6. Cadence Presley and Oliver Wolcott on row number 7 as we get set to go. Eggleston leading them into the tram lines, going set. They got the green flag out. We're getting set to go for your 12-lap heat number 2 here in Rotax in Junior Max. And we are going into turn number 1. And again, a nice start there from Eggleston. The inside line continuing to get good starts. Here's one kart in the background off on the racing track. I believe that might have been Kyle Countryman all the way back in the back of the field. But Alex, I mean, as we get set to go through rest of lap number 1, Nix Eggleston is doing exactly what he needs to continue building a lead as we have problems for one kart in the middle of the field. Not sure who that is, but one kart off on the dirt and lap number 1 in the books with Nix Eggleston building a lead. Alex. A little bit of technical difficulties there, but Eggleston continuing down the main straightaway, continuing to put himself with a bigger gap from what we've seen. He's off to a nice start already. Again, this is an important heat for him. The 2 heat races will combine to make your starting position for the final. So if you finish 7th in heat 1 like Eggleston did, you have to be able to find a good result here to be able to continue to find your way up the grid. So a win or second place here for Eggleston would have put him right back in the mix of things, Alex. As now we can see if he can try to extend his gap more, as it looks like the pack is starting to catch back up to him.
Yeah, pack all over Nix Eggleston's rear bumper there. It looks like we're going to have Antoine Lemieux there. Thought about a move in the bowl corner there, but Nix Eggleston not going to be able to pull away here like we thought he was able to do. Already bottom of the racetrack there. Look how close it is between these Junior Max guys. Nix Eggleston holds on ahead of Lemieux, then his Drysdale, and then his Gage Korn was your purple lap time driver there last time around, 5/10 faster than your leader, Nix Eggleston. It is a 6, maybe 7 kart train out front. So that 4/10 advantage that Eggleston grew in that first lap has diminished, and it is a 6 kart breakaway out front. The 7th place driver is then going to be Kaylee Countryman there. Or no, sorry, Xander Malatesta now. Kaylee Countryman got passed there by Xander. So it is a 6 kart train. It was Killian Harris last time around, was one of the quickest drivers, of that front 6 group there, side by side between the TB kart and one of the MPG karts there, able to hold himself around the outside. Still, Eggleston holds on to the lead over Lemieux, but Lemieux looks to be the quicker of the 2 so far there. He's going to have to find a way around him here on this tight section of the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 karts going at it were Gage Korn and Ty Fisher. That was for the 4th spot. Fisher made a dive bomb attempt, and it did not work out. But one of the guys back through the rest of the field that is worth noting is that we've lost Maximilian Spiegler on the opening couple of laps, and he was your second place finisher in Heat 1. So just as Eggleston had issues in Heat 1 and fell back through the field, now Spigler as well is a guy that is going to have a lot of work to do. But focusing back in on this battle in the front, because that is the current action. Eggleston's going to come under fire here from your Heat 1 winner, Antoine Lamont, down the main straightaway. Again, this is where it gets kind of sketchy. Whoa, Kyle Drysdale there to the inside, makes it into the second spot. That one took a little bit of extra risk there from Drysdale, but he gets it done. He gets the position. And man, I mean, he took a couple wheels in the dirt there. Looked like he lost a little bit of traction, but hey, Alex, if you're able to make that move stick, you got to go for it. It's a pass or be passed type of business right here.
Yeah, that was in the playbook for a while there for Drysdale. He was that was premeditated for sure. I mean, that was a move that I don't think we've seen all day, and I'm sure some drivers are watching this race and saying, that's something to keep my eye on when it comes to that point in the race, because that was a move where, it's one of the only parts of the racetrack where it kind of widens out before it narrows up here. Let's see if he does the same exact move here on Eggleston. Not going to happen there. Drysdale's going to try to maybe sit behind Nix here and see what he can do, as we have a tandem side-by-side moves there further back. I believe that might it's a bunch of TV carts here in the back, and one of the MPG drivers as well. I believe Mason Kuhn, Mason Duches, and Kaylee Countryman there is what we're seeing right now. So yeah, we're seeing a bunch of passing here. That seems to be the best pass opportunity on the racetrack, Emery, is that sweeping, decreasing radius left-hander there where it widens out before it gets super narrow. So a lot of guys are really liking that spot. This was the next corner I was going to mention as well. This hairpin, a lot of drivers, you can kind of play it narrow just because the next corner is this long bowl corner that you can kind of keep flat in this Junior Max category. So this track definitely, it invites a lot of passing here. Let's see if we see a move here with Mason Kuhn. Not going to happen there. Eggleston extending his advantage now over Drysdale, who must have made a mistake, because last time around Drysdale was actually quicker than Nix Eggleston. So this time around, I think maybe Lemieux and him got into it a little bit, because now these guys are battling for second. Whoa, late lunge for Lemieux. Not going to happen there, and that's going to hold both those drivers up. So Eggleston's going to have an even greater advantage across the stripe here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, how about a full second on this lap going from Nix Eggleston back to Kyle Drysdale again? I mean, those are the moves that are really going to make it tough for you to overcome. And we saw Lemieux when he was in clean air at the end of heat number 1 was able to pull away a little bit. But this time through, Eggleston continuing to run smooth. He's been able to break away due to them fighting for second on back. That's brought Gage Korn back in the mix a little bit too aboard his MPG Motorsports machine. So all of this battling for second that we're seeing right here, right now, is allowing Nix Eggleston to have a little bit more breathing room. Again, turned his best lap of the race last time by a 46.17. While they were fighting behind him, that gave him a little bit of extra breathing room. Now it looks like Drysdale's been able to pull a little bit to Lemieux, but as they battle for that third and fourth spot, I mean, this is perfect for Nix Eggleston, because he might be a touch slower than the rest of that group, but he's definitely not slow by any stretch of the imagination. Giving him that second plus buffer that they've been able to give really might make the difference in this heat race, Alex.
I mean, if I'm Lemieux, right, like you have that heat win under your belt here, a third, well, most likely, I haven't done the math yet, but it's likely put him pole, right, with Eggleston's poor heat 1 there. I mean, even with this victory, it's still going to put him, about mid-pack with how competitive this class is. So I'm surprised to see Lemieux be as defensive as he is, but maybe he's done the math in his head more than I have in terms of where he thinks he's going to start in this one, because you don't want to start on the outside around this place if you can help it here. But just to shout out the rest of the field here and how tightly packed this Junior Max grid is, as Drysdale goes 0.3 faster than Eggleston last time around. It goes purple. But I mean, we're seeing guys like Gage Korn, Killian Harris, Xander Malatesta even, right? They're all doing 46 zeros just like Drysdale. So it's not like this field, can't keep up with these guys in the lead. I mean, there's a very good chance that in this final we have a 10-car train out front, because there are guys that maybe 3-4 seconds back because of, the opening couple of laps. But in terms of overall pace, there's about 10 guys here that can win this one.
Yeah, I mean, you look down the list and pretty much everyone from first down to ninth, as well as Maximilian Spilger in P12, all running within a 0.3 of a second window, which is not that much. I mean, this is a pretty technical track here around Phoenix. So for them to do that is impressive. But having said that, how about that? Antoine Lamont in the middle of that 3-car pack that's chasing down Nix Eggleston just did a 45.8. That's almost half a second clear of Eggleston at the front. You can see visually them closing the gap down from first back to fourth now, continuing to work their way up through here. You can see Lamo's continuing to push Drysdale. He's seen the progress that they're making And at this point, they're going to catch Eggleston. And so for Nick Eggleston now, it's not going to be too long before he's going to have to look back and start white lining again, because right now there is a group of karts behind him all on a charge, and it's led by Kyle Drysdale.
Yeah, led by Drysdale, but really it's led by Lemieux, who's pushing almost Drysdale up to the front here with Eggleston. And then Gage Corn actually on the rear bumper of Lemieux. I mean, the two fastest guys on the track are Drysdale and Lemieux, and then Gage Corn is all to 46.1. So those three guys have been consistently, when there's clean air and when they stop battling, about a tenth or two faster than Eggleston. So it's not really an if, it's when will they catch him, right? But with 2 to go here, they're going to have to pick up the pace slightly if they're going to want a chance at a win here. I thought Drysdale was going to make a late lunge there, thought better of it. And because of that low entry that Kyle had into the corner, it's going to give Eggleston a pretty decent launch into that corner. And now that gap is going to go from 4/10 to maybe 6 or 7/10 now. And Lemieux is going to start thinking about a second place here instead of a first.
Yeah, I mean, this late in the race, you cannot afford to mistime your blocks and lunges, and that looks to be exactly what Drysdale did right now, but he's still able to hunt down Nick Eggleston. I mean, this has been the fastest two karts on the track in Lemo and Drysdale over these last few laps. Coming now onto the main straightaway to see one lap of racing to go. A good exit from Drysdale. He's going to get into the draft, down the straightaway, up over the short bend, and it looks like he's dropped that battle for third and fourth. So now it could be a two-kart battle for the lead between Nick Eggleston and Kyle Drysdale coming down through the rest of this lap, as we see Lemos trying to hang on against Gage Corn for third. This is great battles between your top four. They've split up a bit, but as they come through the last half a lap, Alex, this is going to be an exciting run to the finish here.
Yeah, it looks as though Eggleston's going to hold on here unless Drysdale has a heroic lunge in the final corner here. So Nick Eggleston, after a poor first race, is going to win the second heat race here. Nick Eggleston wins, Kyle Drysdale second. Lemieux is going to hold on a third. I believe that puts him on pole for the final later this afternoon. Gage Corn in fourth, Killian Harris in fifth. Xander Malatesta, who was one of the quickest drivers in that race, lap time-wise, comes home in sixth place. Ty Fisher, we saw his battles earlier on in the race with Gage Corn. Then it's Mason Kuhn, Kaylee Countryman, and Mason Duchesne rounding out your top 10. Then it's Maximilian Spilger, like you mentioned, had a really unfortunate opening lap for him. Climbs way back to 11th. Oliver Walcott, Jack Speth, and Caden Presley rounds out your top 14.
Yeah, so a good effort there from your Junior Max category. We'll see more than likely on Cholamo on the front row. Maybe Nick Eggleston did enough to get up there. I think Kyle Drysdale is going to be on the front row with them. We'll see how that shakes out for the final. But for now, heat number 2 of Junior Max in the books, Alex. And we get set to go for Micro Max coming up next. I mean, this should be a fun category as well.
Yeah, the Micro Max kids put on a good race for us in that first one. I mean, again, like not your biggest class of the weekend, but these kids sure know how to put on a show there. It looks as though it's going to be a CRG and an MPG there on the front row, so it's going to be a good battle. Then it's a bunch of comp carts there in the middle there, so the comp carts for sure have taken over here in the West in terms of here at the Rotax West Series, and I'm expecting a good one here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, this series is kind of J3's baby when you come to see it. I mean, they've been running the Rotax programs out west for years now. I mean, we've seen J3 bring a lot of good drivers over to the Rotax West Championships in a variety of different forms. So to see a lot of comp carts is no surprise in the slightest. But last time in heat number 1, it was Cam Becker coming away with the win aboard number 16 cart. He'll start up on the front row, I believe. But again, I mean, this grid goes back to qualifying where it was Lucas Tarango and Cam Becker. Those two and the number 7 and 16 carts respectively have been the class of the field. They pulled away in that first seat. We'll see what they can do here in heat number 2, Alex.
Yeah. Tarango's on the pole here. Becker in second, but it's Connor Lipka and Keaton Weigers third and fourth. I mean, lap time wise, we're about 0.2 a lap slower than the guys up front, but we've seen it before with these Micromax categories, right? With the drafts in play, if you can get a good start and stay in touch in terms of the toe with the guys up front, anything's possible, right? And so for Lucas Tarango, we saw him and Becker going at it all race long, only a 10th off, and then 4 seconds back was Lipka, and then Weigers, it was Lipka, Weigers, and Paxton Romero going at it as well with Tyson Underwood. So overall, I mean, a lot of battles all the way down the grid. But I still, like you mentioned, Becker and Tarango seem to have 0.2 in the field as it stands, as engines are fired, and we're going to get ready to do our opening warm-up lap here for the second round of heat races here. This sets your grid for the final later this afternoon.
Yeah, so let's talk about the class a little bit. Micro Max, essentially a more restricted version of the Mini Max engines that we will see later on today. They also have a radiator, which is kind of unique for two-stroke air-cooled to have a water-cooled engine. But I mean, these are the smallest radiators you're going to see. And I think this class, I mean, it produces good racing. Again, a little bit more power than your traditional micro engine, but certainly nothing that these guys can't handle. So on the front row, Lucas Tarango and Yutaka Tsunoda on the outside of it. How about Sebastian Johnson and Tyson Underwood on row 2? Then we get back through and we see the rest of the field. Harley Altula, Cam Becker, Brexton Miles, Connor Lipka, and the rest of your Micromax grid gets set to go, Alex. We go for a 10-lap heat race, their final one to set the order for the final later this afternoon.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. I mean, there's only 10 guys in this Micro Max race, but these kids certainly know how to put on a show. I mean, we talk about it even at the national events that we go to, right, with the Micro and the Mini Max kids. They are some of my favorite races to go ahead and announce just because of how incredible it is to watch these, 7 to 10-year-olds go out there and drive better than I'd say most adults that we see on the road. So these guys are definitely some of the most impressive kids to watch, in any sport, really. So I always love watching the Micro Max kids drive. And like we mentioned, it is Lucas Tarango and Cam Becker on your front row, going to lead the rest of the 10 Micro Max drivers to the grid here, going extra slow here, making sure we don't get any quicker than you have to, should I say. So we get no jump starts through the bowl corner and down the back straightaway here. I mean, I expect the inside lane to get the jump here. We've seen it for most of the day here. We see Becker there putting his hand up saying, he's trying to time it, right? He doesn't want to get pushed past Tarango, otherwise it's a jump start here. Foot on the gas there for Tarango. They're going to get the green flag in the air. I think that's Underwood going to get an early start there, but wow, what a start for Cam Becker. That's the first time I've seen the driver in second place be able to sneak in and actually retain their position there. So that's going to play dividends for his race, having not lost any spots there to start this one. So Tarango holds on, but Becker up to P2. It's going to be Underwood in third, Sebastian Johnson in fourth there, and then I believe it's Harley Haltala there in fifth position there. So what a start for Cam Becker. Now let's see if he can repeat what we saw earlier on in that heat race today. He was your victor in heat 1. It's really going to be a matter of, who can beat the other guy for who starts on pole later in this final. So far, Tarango, then Becker, then Keaton Weigers, should I say, in third, Paxton Romero in fourth. They've snuck past Tyson Underwood on that comp cart. And then it's Connor Lipka, who was, I believe, your third place finisher in heat 1 down in P6.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing already Lucas Tarango and Cam Becker working well together. They know they have 3 to 4 tenths of natural pace on the grid if the first heat was anything to go off of. So for them to be able to find that last bit compared to each other is one thing, but for them to kind of make it a 2-kart race, battle out for the win, we saw it a lot in the first heat. We'll see what we see this time through. Again, Tarango looks really good through that infield, but Cam Becker was able to find that last little bit of pace in heat number 1 to get himself the advantage. Now coming through for lap number 1 in the books, you can see Tarango, a 49.7. He's in the race lead. Becker in second. Keaton Weigers has worked his way up to the third spot ahead of Paxton Romero and a host of different comp carts there battling from third on back. I mean, that's Tyson Underwood, Connor Lipka, all of them in the mix. Yutaka Tsunoda is the next driver in that next group as well. So, I mean, this is a battle for first and second and a battle for third on back as we see. It looks like Underwood looking for a move coming into turn number 4, I believe that is. Not going to happen there. So Tyson Underwood not able to get up into P4. He's got a lot of work to do as we now see. There goes Cam Becker for the race lead in that little sweeping bowl. He gets the job done for P1. Move Becker back to the front like he ended off last race, Alex.
Whoa, there. A little bit of a mistake there from Keaton Weigers. Weigers goes way wide. That's going to give the spot to Paxton Romero. Now we're side by side between Underwood and Lipka. Underwood, who we saw was very eager to try to get around Paxton Romero on that last lap, made a bit of a mistake in the bull corner. Now he's stuck there in 5th position, but a mistake from Keaton Weigers is going to put him down in 4th. And now Paxton Romero is going to have his sights set on your leaders. Last time around, though, 6/10 slower than the 2 ahead of him there. So that's not going to be enough as it stands to try to close that gap to your 2 leaders out front here. As we see a little battle there between 2 comp carts. I believe it's still Underwood and Leipka are going to go at it there in the middle part of the racetrack here, the most technical part of this racetrack. Let's see if we see a move here from Leipka to the inside. Not yet. If these two can hold bumpers a little bit, they could catch up to the likes of Weigers and Romero, because right now those 2 ahead of them are split up as Tarango goes purple to 49.5. They're running 7 to 8 tenths a lap quicker than anybody else on the field last time around. These guys have figured out this PKRA circuit quicker than everybody else. So far, so good for the 16 of Cam Becker and Lucas Tarango. They are, 3 or so seconds now ahead of 3rd place Romero, who is getting caught up by Keaton Weigers, who has now closed that gap last time around 1.5 tenths faster than the 3rd place driver.
Yeah, at this rate, by the end of the heat race, they might as well be starting a separate race in Tucson for next month. I mean, this has been incredible to watch the pace that Cam Becker and Lucas Tarango continue to have. They continue to pull 7 to 8 tenths a lap, and it's not any fluke either. I mean, they are not making any mistakes. Becker looks to have a slightly quicker card at this point. He goes purple or green for him with a 49.55, and again, the guys behind them at best can get within half a second. At their best, as Keaton Weigers able to put in a 50.0 in that 4th spot as he chases down Paxton Romero now, and we'll see if they're going to do battle. I mean, that's the full straightaway at this point, all the way back to Romero and Weigers. I mean, you can see when it pans over, the other guys or the top 2 are already coming into that hairpin corner when Weigers and Romero are still going down the straightaway. So they're going to battle for 3rd here, I think, in a minute. But, I mean, this has been a clinic from your top 2 to pull away this much, as we now see to the inside. Weigers makes it happen, and it looks like maybe a problem there for Romero. I don't know if maybe he got pushed off or had something, an engine issue, maybe broke a chain, but he is going to pull off the race and surface. And Paxton Romero had a strong run to 3rd early on, but now broken down on the side of the racetrack, and that is his heat number 2 done and dusted. He'll have to start somewhere down towards the back end of the field after that one, Alex.
Whoa, Tarango. Tarango got around Becker there and has pulled away. So I want to know what happened, because if you look at their lap times there, Emery, Cam Becker with a 50.8, 1.2 seconds slower than Tarango. As you see, a incredible move there. I believe that's Tyson Underwood getting through on Keaton Weigers. So what a move there. We saw Underwood do it earlier on in the race. And in terms of the lap time, I mean, they were matching the leader last time by. So Underwood has figured it out a little bit here in this second heat race. But yeah, I'll be curious. I would love to see what happened to Cam Becker there in terms of lap time and pace drop off that we saw. But he's going to respond and shut me up a little bit there at a 49.4. Goes purple 3 tenths quicker than Tarango. So Becker, whatever happened last time, he put his head down. He's going to try to close that gap to Tarango there. But to go back to what you were saying, Emery, with Paxton Romero there, just judging by the body language of his hands in the air, you can almost guess it's the chain, right? He almost looked back and said, probably frustrated that somebody maybe bumped him a little bit and moved the chain. So really frustrating for Paxton Romero, who was on for a great finish there. As there it is, Keaton Weigers giving the bumper to Tyson Underwood, saying, all right, if you're going to get around me, let's get a move on, because Connor Leipka and Yutaka Tsunoda are all over his bumper now.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a brawl for that 3rd spot. It looks like there's no real pace differential between 3rd through 6th, and you're consistently seeing them pack up together no matter who's up at the front of the field. That time through, looked like Tarango and Becker pretty much evenly matched, so we'll stay focused on this battle for 3rd, because, I mean, this is going to heat up here. Tyson Underwood had the one really good lap to get himself clear in the 3rd, but since then has kind of struggled a little bit to pull away. So now you have that battle with Keaton Weigers, Connor Lipka, as well as Yutaka Tsunoda back through the top 6. They spread out a little bit down the main straight through the kink, but it is going to be a 3-car battle here. We've got less than 3 laps to go here to try to determine who's going to finish 3rd here in the second heat, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's still going to be Keaton Weigers, I believe, Underwood ahead of Weigers. Leipka now has left Yutaka Tsunoda a little bit in the rear, so it is going to be a comp cart battle here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Cam Becker goes purple again on a 49.3. that gap has closed to 2/10. At one point, it was 1.2 seconds in the last 3 laps. Becker has closed it now within 3 kart length, make it 2, maybe even 1 kart length now for that lead pack. And here comes Underwood and Weigers now, who, in terms of their lap times, they're coming down enough to where they're within 2/10 of your leader Tarango. But again, with all this battling, it's going to really hinder their progress at all. But yeah, good battling here for third place, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, this is turning into a really important battle now. Before that third spot, Tyson Underwood does not have the pace to pull away. We've seen that the last couple laps. Weggers, as well as Lifka and Sonoda, are all right there together. As now we get a look back at our front two. Down to the last lap of the race here. Another purple from Cam Becker. He has turned up the wick these last few laps to make up for an earlier mistake, and now he'll have a chance coming on to the back straightaway to try to make a move. Down out of the bowl. Again, immediately Tarango goes defensive, pulls down all the way to the inside of the racetrack. Becker going to try to make some kind of crossover happen, but it's not happening yet. Again, Tarango looks back once, looks back twice, looks back 3 times. Now he sets his card up for the inside, and they're going to go almost side by side there. Becker cannot find a way by yet. He's going to have to think about maybe using the bumper, and now he's going to go to the outside. Tarango covers that off. Down through the last few corners. Now it's going to go to the inside. Whoa, Baker made one big lunge there, but it was not quite enough. And Lucas Tarango is still going to hang on now through the last few corners here up to the finish line. He goes, and it's Lucas Tarango hanging on against Cam Becker for the win here in Micromax.
Now, Emery, I don't know the rule on the tiebreaker there, but since these two have now swapped wins in these heat races, I wonder if it goes to maybe fastest lap, and if that's the case, then I think Cam Becker would get it. But these two, I mean, it takes 2 to tango, right? And these two put on an absolute show for us. But Underwood, Weigers, Leipka, and Sonoda also put on a show for that battle for third. It's Underwood who's going to be the victor of that battle for third. Keaton Weigers, Connor Leipka, Yutaka Sonoda, Braxton Mayers, Harley Haltala, Sebastian Johnson, and Paxton Romero rounds out your top 10 in Micro Max there. I think the biggest storyline besides your 2 leaders was Paxton Romero with the heartbreak ending to his second heat race. That's going to put him on the back burner for the final later this afternoon. But again, I could watch Becker and Tarango go at it all day long. Those two put on a show. And I suspect Emery, if that was a feature race, I think Becker would have given it a little bit more of a shot in that hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he would make it a little bit more of an urgent pass attempt there. But at the end of the day, Lucas Tarango walks away with your win in the Micromax category. We'll see some more of them later on in the final. But coming up next, we're going to go to the Senior Max and Masters Max category, the headline division of this weekend, coming up for their second heat live after this break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No. Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back here to round number one of the U.S. Trophy Rotax West Series here at PKRA. We're getting set to go for Senior and Masters Max as we get set to go for the race of the weekend, the headline class. It is Senior Max, and again, heat number one, Alex, we saw a lot of good battling up through the field, but at the end of the day, it was one to remember for Federico Lemo coming away with heat number one win. We'll see what he can do here in the second heat, Alex.
Yeah, Frederic Lemo was very, very impressive in that one. But to me as well, I mean, Cooper Auclair was an absolute rocket throughout that race as well. And then the biggest thing, right, Oliver Bedard, and I believe it was Landon Billy, or Spencer Smith, sorry. Spencer Smith and Oliver Bedard were the two that got into it in that first heat race. Just Spencer clomb, onto the rear bumper of Bedard, and they both had a poor heat one finish. They went from third and fourth to outside the top 10. So you can't afford to have another bad race if you're those two drivers here, but this is the headline division. This is the tightest field that we have all weekend. I mean, the top 10 separated by 2.5 tenths. It doesn't get much better than this here, as we have Frederic Lemieux and Spencer Smith leading them to the green. That is Christian Miles on that neon green TB cart there in third, sneaking his way to second place, shoving Spencer Smith to the wayside. We have one driver around the exit of the corner there. He's going to have to clean that suit afterwards because it's going to be full of sand. So far, so good. Some drivers are up and over there. I believe that was one of the drivers back in like 12th, the 14th spot, maybe Luke French. We'll see if we get a number on that one as well. Little piece of a rear bumper from Spencer Smith is going to come off of his go-kart there. So let's see if that's going to maybe cause a meatball flag. It shouldn't there, as two drivers are having to remove themselves from each other's go-karts there. As what a late lunge for one of those Schumacher karts there. This is a chaotic start, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like maybe the chain guard coming off from Spencer Smith's kart. We'll get a good read on that later, but in the meantime, it is a swarm of go-karts down in that second pack. Again, like in the micro category, we saw Christian Miles and Federico Lemo able to push their way to a P1 and P2. We saw a lot of hectic action on the opening couple of corners through the rest of the pack, and that caught out a number of drivers, not only the guys that didn't make it around, like Joel Lewis, who we saw his kart absolutely torn to shreds there, but more so in this big pack in the middle, just completely unable to keep up with those front two because of the mixing up. So 1.3 second gap back from the first group to the second group, led by Griffin Dower now. This has been an impressive run for him aboard the Red Speed machine. He's got his way up to third from, I believe, 6th or 7th on the grid. Now he'll set his sights forward. Then you got the rest of that group: Bailey Murphy, Giovanni Santora, Spencer Smith, and Josh Campbell, all in a group about 6 or 7. There goes Cooper Auclair to the inside of Campbell there for the 7th spot. Not quite the crazy start that he got in the first heat, but Auclair trying to make his way forward here as he gets by Campbell and moves his J3 comp car up another spot on the second lap.
Yeah, Auclair timed to start well. Just the inside lane moved up the racetrack quite a bit. It caused Auclair to have to get on the brakes a little bit, and it hindered his start. So he's having to do a bit of a comeback drive if you're Cooper there. What a lunge on Spencer Smith. So Cooper Auclair up on the P6 now and has his sights set on Giovanni Santora. But I mean, I want to take a quick shout out to this Senior Max field in terms of lap time. The top 8 were within, or top 6, should I say, within 1/10 of a second. This is going to be an exciting finish here. Griffin Dowler was quicker than Miles last time around. This is a much better start to the race for both those drivers, especially Christian Miles, who had that bumper, his rear bumper come off and have to end his race early. So no matter where he finishes, it's still going to be a mid-pack starting position for him in the final. But Christian Miles one of the more electrifying drivers that we have on the national scene. So I expect him to put a show on for us. And Cooper Auclair goes purple at a 45.6. Make that Oliver Bedard, who had another terrible start for Oliver Bedard. I mean, last race had a decent start, had a poor end of the race. Now it's a bad start for him, down at 15th position, but he's the quickest guy on track. So he's going to be looking to see if he can make any headway on this lead group. But so far, so good for Lemieux, Miles, Dowler, Bailey Murphy, and then it's Giovanni Santora, who now just got passed by Cooper Auclair.
Yeah, and I mean, let's focus back in on Christian Miles, because I feel like this story about him having the mechanical issue on heat number 1 really kind of put him in a tough spot. But he's got the pace. I mean, we've seen him run pretty fast. As I said, that he was not quite as quick that last time around. But I mean, this has been really an interesting story to follow with Christian Miles. He came out of karting for a while last year. Again, had the sweep at USPKS Orlando in rounds 1 and 2, and round number 1 in KA. Did not do too well in Texas. Moved on from karts for a while. Came back at the end of last year after some car racing, oval racing, to run at Supernats with Race Lab. Back in a seat this weekend for the first time all year. And I mean, he's up at the front. He's got to find some more pace to really be able to hone in on Federico Lumeau. But I mean, this has been a strong, encouraging start to the season for Miles, as we see Cooper Auclair trying to make a move there on Bailey Murphy. I mean, he's driven his way up to 5th now. He looks like he has more pace than the guys that are around him. But I mean, Auclair's going to have to find a bit of an easier avenue there. You see him coming out of the bowl, down the back straightaway. There you can see the gap being formed from the race lead, but now Auclair down the straight through the kink. This could be his chance here coming into that left-handed hairpin. There he goes down to the inside. Cooper Auclair makes the move happen. That's another spot in the books for Auclair. He's up to 4th now, and now a set of sights on Griffin Dowler.
Yeah, this is a storyline of comeback drives this race. Cooper Auclair was outside the top 10 at the start of this one, up into 5th. Bedard was outside your top 15. Now he's up to 13th there. Josh Campbell with a decent run to 8th. Spencer Smith was up in the top 5. Now he's in 10th position there, but setting good lap times. It's really just, it's one of those things where with this field being so close, I mean, this is like what we see at the national level in terms of how close these fields are. You can't afford to have a bad start, or your race is essentially done with how, even everybody is, as Auclair last time around was the quickest driver on the racetrack. He was 4/10, almost 5/10 faster than the red speed of Griffin Dowler. So look for Auclair to make a move anytime now. He is, like I said, the fastest guy on the racetrack last time around. He's going to need a little bit more to go and find those 3 seconds he needs to get up to Frederick Lemieux. But I suspect the move here in the next couple of corners here through the front straightaway now. We're going to have 4 laps remaining here, and Auclair going to set up here for the hairpin. Dowler going defensive. Maybe a move here to the inside. Not going to happen there. Auclair is going to wait. I suspect we're going to see a very similar move to like we saw with him passing Bailey Murphy here. Down the back straightaway, through the kink, now to the decreasing radius corner, which is his favorite pass part on the racetrack. There he goes, inside. Cooper Auclair inside the top 3.
It just looks so smooth for Cooper Auclair out there now, making another pass on Griffin Dowler up to 3rd. We've seen Dowler kind of fall off these last few laps. I think for him, it's kind of a case of maybe went a little bit high on tire pressure. He was able to get himself out of the midfield and drive himself up to 3rd, but could not get himself all the way up to the race lead. So he's fallen back since then. Cooper Auclair keeps moving on up. He's back into 3rd. Now he'll set his sights on Christian Miles, who's about 2 seconds up the road. But Miles has been one to fade these last few laps. You can see him taking a look back there onto the back straightaway. Auclair now has a lot of open sights to go. I don't know if he's going to have time to run down Christian Miles, but certainly a good recovery drive for Cooper Auclair that should set him up pretty nicely here for the final.
Yeah, with 3.5 laps to go. I mean, you mentioned it, right? Christian Miles, we saw in the first heat, even before he had to stop because of the bumper, his pace was diminishing, and last time around was 4/10 slower than Lemieux, and Auclair was consistently quicker than Miles all race long. Let's see what the lap time show. 45.9 for Miles, 45.8 for Auclair. So it's not at this point in the race, not going to be enough to capture the Miles, but Miles is within striking range. Like Auclair can see him. So now it's one of those things where you start chasing that rabbit and you go quicker than maybe your cart can even handle. So, and with the long straightaways as well, and with the way these Rotax engines run, the draft is a big factor. And so if he can get within maybe a second of Miles with 2 to go, it should be exciting stuff here. Is looking a little further back. I believe it's Macy Williams making a move there to the inside. So Macy Williams, as it stands right now, she is up to the 13th spot, just behind the likes of Savannah Callis, Grayson Thorpe, and Oliver Bedard in 10th.
Yeah, I mean, that's Macy Williams making up another spot. We've seen Williams show a lot of pace at times this weekend, just has not been consistent enough. So, I mean, we'll see how she continues to go on. She's caught all the way up to that group for about the 9th position, really. Or no, 10th position. Yeah, never mind. She's catching that group from 8th on back. She's got a long way to go to get there. But, I mean, Macy Williams has done a nice job to clear herself of that group that she just now passed. So, I mean, this has been impressive from Macy. It's honestly been more impressive, though, to see how consistent Frederic Lemieux is up at the front of the field. I mean, he is pulling consistently 3/10 on Christian Miles. As now we see some more battling. There's Josh Campbell looking to the inside of, I believe that might be Bradley Bitts there in the 395. So move Campbell up another spot as they continue to fight. I mean, this pack has kind of come together. What once 1 lap to go looked like Macy Williams was not going to be able to get anywhere near that battle. Now she's only 2/10 off of Campbell. So Boss Patel, Josh Campbell, Grayson Thorpe had a lot of mixing it up to kind of open the door for people like Macy to make her way up through the rest of the group. But at the front of the field, it's this guy. Frederic Lemieux has been phenomenal in this race. 45.6 after 45.6. He was able to get himself clear Christian Miles, pulled away, and now as he sets his sights on the last couple corners here, it has been a dominant runaway victory, even more dominant than the first win. Give it to Frederic Lemieux. He wins heat number 2 in Senior Max.
Yeah, Miles in second. And I will say Cooper Auclair ended that one only a second behind Christian Miles. The last 3 laps, he was consistently 3 to 4 tenths faster than Miles. So Auclair was coming. Like you said, though, the biggest thing, he's put the Senior Max field on notice. Frederic Lemieux, I mean, he started on pole, and he has been the guy to beat all weekend long. Auclair has been probably the second quickest guy when it matters most in these races. But it's going to be tough to beat this guy because he's on the inside. It's where you want to start. So it's really going to be a matter of who can get ahead of Lemieux to start off the feature race. Otherwise, it's going to be rough for the guys behind there. We saw Griffin Dowler, like you mentioned, maybe his pressure's a little bit too high. Easy fix, because I'm sure in terms of pace-wise, he was one of the quickest guys out there. Giovanni Santora on the comp cart was incredibly quick. And then Bailey Murphy on that Car Public in 6th. Bradley Bitts, Oliver Bedard with a comeback drive to 8th. Boss Patel, and then Josh Campbell faded late there to finish 10th. Macy Williams 11th. She was your third place finisher in that first heat race. Grayson Thorpe double, Luke French, Josh Feiner, Savannah Callis, Landon Billy, Charlotte Trainer, Julian Swanson, Chris Harrower, and Justin Pereira rounds out your top 20. And even that being said, with your top 20, 8 tenths separates the top 20 lap time wise. So incredibly impressive stuff here for the Rotax West Series at PKRA. Emery, I'm excited to see how these guys, how they do in the feature race. I mean, it's going to be fireworks for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Some fireworks. I mean, Frederic Lemieux has got a lot of pace. Cooper Auclair, the only guy within 2/10 of him in that last race. So a lot of work to be done there. Real quickly, I mean, shout out to your Masters Max drivers. Billy Cleveland able to get away with a victory in that one ahead of Clayton Kessler and Christopher Mann in the 3rd spot. All 3 of them finishing within 2/10 of each other. So they had a really good battle down through the grid. But in the main headline category, a good win from Frederic Lemieux. He will start on pole position for the final and will be very tough to beat. But as we get set to go, we got one more heat race coming up for you. It's the Mini-Max category coming up next here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back here live from PKRA. We're here for the Rotax West Series, and we're getting ready and set to go mini-max racing, Emery. It is going to be Jackson Porter and Mateo Quinto on your front row. Those two guys have been the class of the field here. Down the back straight, getting ready to take the green flags. It looks like Porter got a big jump on the field there. Gage Grant's going to be able to hold on for second. Mateo Quinto is going to have to sit back and accept third position there because Gage Grant was not going to give it up lightly. So Mateo Quinto is going to have some work to do to get up to the high V red of Jackson Porter there. Gage Grant was impressively quick in the first heat race there. And this is going to be kind of like what we see in the senior max category, where there's a really close field from second on back, and there's one guy that's about 2/10 faster. And that's what we have here mini max with Jackson Porter. So if I'm Gage Grant right now, I want to get to the lead. I don't want to let the likes of Porter get out front because from what he's shown in qualifying and the first heat, at that point, you're pretty much giving him the keys to victory, right? So if I'm Gage Grant, Mateo Quinto, Christian Sanguinetti even, right, you want to get around that high V red go-kart of Jackson Porter as quick as possible here. Let's see if Gage Grant's going to do anything about it here. Not yet. Maybe Gage Grant feels like he has figured something out and has a little bit of extra pace in that go-kart to stick with Jackson Porter there. So far, so good for Gage Grant. It's a two-car breakaway out front, but don't count out the comp kart of Mateo Quinto and Christian Sanguinetti.
Yeah, I mean, this has been another good start for Gage Grant. This time it looks like he has the pace to run pretty close to Porter here as they click off lap number 1 officially in the books, 9 to go. And Porter now, unlike last race, under some fire here for the rest of the top 4. So, I mean, we're seeing some good battling going on here. Quinto goes a little bit wide out of that last sweeper down the back straightaway. This is going to give a little bit of a separate situation between the top 2 and 3rd and 4th. But Porter and Grant are now right there together. Gage Grant continue to be patient, trying to hang on to that second spot. Maybe he'll make a move, but right now looks content to just push behind Jackson Porter for a bit.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a classic situation of Porter, knowing that he's quicker than the field, putting his pressures low as, whoa, I thought Quinto was going to make a move there and Gage Grant, and this is not what you want to do if you're Gage Grant and Quinto, is let Porter get just a little bit of breathing room, because once that happens, he's going to take it and run. So if you're Grant and Quinto and even Sanguinetti, get your heads down, hook up bumper to bumper, and catch up to Porter. Porter looks back, realizes that that gap that he's used to seeing is no longer there. There is a go-kart behind him, and it is Gage Grant. Porter going a slightly defensive there. Grant is going to start to look for a way around Porter there. As Porter, that's twice now he's gone wide on the exit of that corner. He seems to like that line, but he's flirting with the sand there on the exit of that corner. So it's something that he needs to keep an eye on and work on a little bit. But I wonder, like I was mentioning earlier, as well, I think Quinto might have put the bumper to Gage Grant there, saying, let's get a move on. And look at that, Emery. One mistake, and there goes Porter. 5 car lengths advantage now entering lap number 4.
Yeah, and with the way that Jackson Porter has been, with as much as Porter's been able to pull away from the field, this is really going to be dangerous times for that second through fourth group. I mean, how about Mateo Quinto, knowing that he's got to get by Gage Grant if he wants to start on the front row for the final, which, hey, maybe you don't want to start on the front row, in which case I don't know why he would try to put the bumper. But at the same time, I mean, that little bit of a push brought everyone away a little bit, but now they are coming right back to Jackson Porter, who just does not seem to have the breakaway pace that he had last race. Now, having said that, the big strength that he had was the consistency the last time through. Maybe that's just a situation where he's not really having to be quite as quick on the early race laps because he knows his kart's going to be really good down the stretch. But right now, Gage Grant, Mateo Quinto, Christian Sanguinetti have been able to find that last little bit of pace. They needed to at least be in range of Porter's. He comes back down the back straightaway again with now 3 karts pushing behind him, trying to catch back up to him.
I mean, granted, Porter's by himself, but if you actually look at the lap times of those 3 behind him, they were all a tenth faster than Porter, and even Harrison Jeffrey matched the pace of Porter. So the likes of Grant, Quinto, Sanguinetti, Jeffrey, they've all figured it out, and they've all closed. They have found the extra 2/10 we were talking about in Heat 1 that they've needed to catch up to that Hy-Vee red go-kart of Jackson Porter. So we're in for a treat here for the remainder of the 5 laps of this second heat race and even the feature race here. So no longer is it a case of don't let Jackson Porter get a lead. It is, can Jackson Porter hold on to the lead? Because Gage Grant, Quinto, and Sanguinetti have something to say about this one. And Harrison Jeffrey actually was the quickest of the top 5. Harrison Jeffrey has joined the party just in the background. He's not there yet, but he will be if these guys keep fighting and squabbling for positions here. As Gage Grant, this is the part of the track where he has been quicker there, and Quinto thought about a move on the exit there, not going to happen. This is the part of the track we've seen Grant catch up the Porter, and Quinto twice has put the bumper to the back of Gage Grant. So I wonder if it's going to happen again here. All over the rear bumper of Gage here is Quinto. Quinto seems to be eager enough to get around Gage because he feels as though for a majority of this weekend, he's been the second fast guy on the track. And it shows again there as Gage Grant, the fastest of the top 5, 2/10 quicker than your leader, Jackson Porter.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Quinto has the best speed in the middle of the track, kind of through that infield. Onto the main straight, though, that is where Jackson Porter is so good through that bull corner and onto the back straightaway. And you're seeing that kind of gives him a little bit of breathing room. I think if Quinto was to get by Gage Grant, maybe it would open things up a little bit more. But as of right now, Jackson Porter's kind of got that buffer of about 2 to 3 kart lengths that no matter how good Gage Grant, Mateo Quinto have looked, they have not been able to make anything up on that. Christian Sanguinetti has continued to run a pretty good pace in fourth, but he just isn't quite good enough to put himself in an overtaking position ahead of Quinto as they come down to click another lap off. How about Jackson Porter that time through? Purple P1 48.503. That's the fastest we've seen all race long, and that is enough to give him a little bit more breathing room from this pack from second on back. And at the back of it, you can see Harrison Jeffrey kind of falling back off a little bit. He had a lot of pace for a couple laps here, but now with only 3 laps of racing to go, going to have to do a lot of work to catch back up to this group.
Yeah, that was the first time that we actually saw Gage Grant kind of stick with Porter on that back straightaway there. So with the draft helping him out a little bit, like you mentioned, Emery, Porter seems to be incredibly strong on the high-powered parts of this racetrack. But Grant and Quinto have figured it out on the infield. Maybe it's gearing, maybe it's just overall driving style. But it's really interesting to see how this race plays out. As there goes Quinto, purple, 48.4, Sanguinetti 48.4 as well, a tenth quicker than the 2 ahead of them there. Quinto giving the bumper to Gage Grant, saying, "Let's get a move on. We need to go and attack Jackson Porter up front with 2 laps remaining. Porter all up on the wheel there, pulling away from Grant, who was pulled away from Quinto as well. The key of this racetrack is I thought Sanguinetti was going to make a move on Quinto there. That bowl corner is deceivingly important. Even though it might be a flat-out corner in these Mini-Max go-karts, if you attack it just wrong, it affects your straightaway tremendously.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe that's a situation where being able to track out wide and trust that your kart can carry that roll speed is going to be so important as we go down to the white flag this time around. And again, Porter's just a little bit too far out for them to make any sort of move or attempt on him. And so, again, goes wide into the first part, narrows it up for the second part, and out of the bowl, he takes a little bit more of a narrow line down onto that straightaway. And it's really interesting because it would seem that it works out for him, even though normally it's kind of counterintuitive to pinch off the exit of corners. So Jackson Porter's approach working well there, but I think the real battle here is going to go on for second. And if you're Mateo Quinto, do you even want the second spot? Or you could to stay in third, but that might not be an option though, as Sanguinetti tried to move down the inside and it didn't work. And now we'll see how aggressive Quinto gets for that second spot here, Alex.
Yeah, Quinto all over the bumper of Gage Grant, but nothing to it. Porter's going to cross the line and sweep the heat races here in Mini-Max. Gage Grant second. Quinto ends it on a high there, goes purple at a 48.437. He's going to finish third. I almost feel like Quinto wants to finish third in this one, so I believe that might line him up in third place for the final, so it seems to be the better spot that you want to be in anyways. Sanguinetti put together a really solid heat race in third. Harrison Jeffrey fell off late there to finish fifth. Nikos Guillen and Vesper Majuska rounding out your top 7 in Mini-Max here, but this is no longer the Jackson Porter show. This is going to be the Gage Grant, Quinto, and Sanguinetti trying to fight off Jackson Porter, so we're in for a good show here as we enter our first round of feature races, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 exciting key number 2s down in the books. We'll get ready for 4 finals, re-rack them, and get set to go for the final races of the day. 4 of them in total, set to go here. Coming up next on Kart Chaser.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shop.PKRA.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
All right, welcome back here live from PKRA for the Rotax West Series Junior Max feature racing, getting ready and set to go underway here. It is Antoine Lemieux and Nick Eggleston who snuck his way onto the front row. It's Gage Korn and Ty Fisher on the second row, Kyle Drysdale and Xander Malatesta in fifth and sixth, Maximilian Spilger and Kaylee Countryman, Killian Harris and Mason Duchesne rounding out your top 10 here to get ready for this Junior Max feature race. Emery, we've seen these guys put on a show throughout the day so far. I mean, talk to me about how you're feeling headed into this one.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a pretty exciting race here. Got Antoine Lemieux, who has looked really good through the two heat races, it must be said. Nick Eggleston, again, had the really strong result in the last heat. Heat number one, though, got spun around on the last couple of laps there. So he still was able to put himself on the front row. Then it's Gage Korn and Ty Fisher, two guys that have been kind of in the middle of the field, maybe not quite as much pace as they were hoping for. Korn was up in that lead group the last race, the previous race, not quite as good for him. And Fisher kind of faded back there in that second race, whereas in the first race, he was all the way at the front. So there's a lot of storylines for that. Kyle Drysdale, another one to watch. He was right up there battling for the lead in the last one, but we're getting set to go for an 18-lap main event. It's Junior Max getting set to go here for the start down the tram lines of the back straightaway. Antoine Lemieux, Nick Eggleston getting set to go for the green flag, waiting, and they are off and racing here into turn number one. And you can see now Antoine Lemieux as well as Gage Korn off to the P1 and P2 start. They're stacking up behind them further back. Looks like one of the cars getting turned around. That's Kyle Drysdale there. So already a big contender out early on here, but it's a 4-car breakaway at the front led by Antoine Lemieux.
What a start for Gage Korn from third up to second there. Eggleston's going to fall back to third now, and Ty Fisher in the fourth spot to 4-car breakaway out front. And then it's going to be Killian Harris, who's snuck their way in a fifth there. And we're going to see Antoine Lemieux have to go defensive early there. This is one of the first times we've seen him have to, get a little defensive. He's used to being in some more clean air throughout the day so far. So looking over the shoulder there was Lemieux and Korn, seeing where they stack compared to the rest of the field here. Lemieux to the inside, trying to get defensive there. Let's see if anybody's going to sneak a move there. No, they all go to the bottom of the racetrack, all defending their spots here. An 18-lap feature race for Junior Max. Lemieux with a great exit there, gives himself a little bit of breathing room over the likes of the MPG driver of Gage Korn, Eggleston, Fisher, Harris. Mason Kuhn has snuck his way into sixth place. Maximilian Spilger, after a rough second heat, up into seventh. Kaylee Countryman, eighth. Mason Duchesne up a spot on ninth. Xander Malatesta, not the spot he would have wanted, not the start he would have wanted, down in 10th place there. And you have to scroll all the way down to, let's see, the 13th place driver of Kyle Drysdale to see the purple driver there. So Drysdale, even after a poor start, there's still some light at the end of that tunnel there for Kyle. Let's see what he can do with 17 laps remaining here. Now we're seeing the field start to spread out a little bit now with Lemieux a bit of an advantage over Korn. Eggleston defensive on Fisher here. This is kind of what we expected, right? Really, really close battling all throughout the field, but Lemieux still has about a 2/10 advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, Antoine Lemieux off to a good start. We saw in the last heat race that he got kind of shuffled back to third or fourth and was never able to fully recover. This time through, though, with Nick Eggleston falling back a little bit, it gives him a little bit of breathing room. How about Gage Korn, though, up to second? This has been the quickest we've seen from him all weekend long. How about Kaylee Countryman putting herself up into 46.145? That's the fastest lap time of the race, back in the seventh spot. And right now, I mean, no one's really been able to pull away at the front of the field. I mean, we're seeing Countryman all the way back at the back. She's in the 7-car lead pack as we see more battling in that third and fourth mix. There you can see Ty Fisher and Nick Eggleston right there together. You can see Gage Korn maybe starting to lose Antoine Lemieux just a little bit this half a lap or so, right as I was talking about how compact everyone is. So it's all coming together. This is a long final, 18 laps again. That's a lot of time for them to sort each other out. And Gage Korn's going to have to find a little bit of pace to try and keep up with Antoine Lemieux. That last stop through lost about half a tenth of a second. It's not much, but that does add up over time, Alex.
Yeah, Lemieux the fastest of your top five, but Korn, Eggleston, Fisher, and Harris are all within half a tenth. So it's really going to be a battle of the top five here, but who can get up to Antoine Lemieux and actually make a challenge, right? As we see a late lunge, Ty Fisher on Eggleston no longer wants to sit in fourth spot there. And now we see Killian Harris all over the bumper of Nick Eggleston there Eggleston, who's had an up and down day, right? A rough first heat, a great second heat. So let's see if he can, turn his fortune around a little bit after a rough morning for him. So far so good. Ty Fisher is absolutely flying all weekend long. They're up in the third spot. He was quicker than your leader last time by, but the quickest guy on track is Gage Corn at a 46 flat. He was a tenth and a half faster than Antoine Lemieux last time around. And now with Eggleston and Ty Fisher working together as well, that lead from Lemieux is not as safe as it has been in that first and second heat race, Emery. So I think things are about to kick off here with 13 remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Ty Fisher and Gage Corn, both of them have found the pace in this final. Corn in particular, just one lap ago, I was like, oh, maybe he needs to find a little bit more pace. He has done just that here, and he is now within a tenth and a half of Lemieux for that race lead. We've got Ty Fisher right there in third position. I mean, I think both of them have been able to find that extra bit of pace here in that final. Nick Lemieux as well, or Nick Eggleston as well, trying to find that last little bit. He's into this group as well. Again, what was at one point in time down to a 7-kart group, I believe it's now only 6, as it looks like they've kind of pulled away from Xander Malatesta as well in that 7 spot. But I mean, Gage Corn and Ty Fisher are not making it easy for Antoine Lemieux in that race lead. So, I mean, I think this is going to be a fun race, Alex. Still early on, but definitely a lot of encouraging pace from your top 5.
The longest session that these guys have had to deal with all weekend long. So it's really a guessing game on the tire pressures, on the setup, right? This is later on in the day. I mean, how does this track evolve? These are all things that these guys would have learned on Friday in practice, more than you would have learned this morning with the warm up and the quality session. So it's kind of an unknown, as Eggleston with a half move there to the inside. That's going to hold him and Killian Harris up, and really Ty Fisher as well. But Fisher, still one of the fastest guys on the track. But Antoine Lemieux, every single lap, pumping in personal best laps at a 46 flat. Last time by, he was the quickest driver on the racetrack there, as Ty Fisher got it all sorts of sideways, and Eggleston giving him the rear bumper, and that's going to hold both them up, and that's going to let Killian Harris into the top 3 now. That's Kaylee Countryman now on board the comp cart trying to get around Nick Eggleston. So Eggleston from 3rd down to 5th and maybe even 6th before it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, that was not ideal for either Fisher or Eggleston. Kind of bumpers getting locked coming out of that hairpin. I mean, it looked like Fisher went a little bit wide initially. Eggleston piled into the back of him a little bit there. I mean, it's not a huge loss, but it does lose them one position, and it loses them that draft from Gage Corn and Antoine Lemieux. So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of development here when it comes to Gage Corn. He's been losing time to Antoine Lemieux over the last few laps now. But as we're seeing, I mean, Lemieux into the 45-second bracket. He now has a big gap back to Corn. Corn has the gap to Killian Harris. And then this whole group back, again, it got kind of bottled up a bit with Fisher and Eggleston making contact. And now we're going to see if one of them can find a way to emerge from that group, because otherwise Lemieux and Gage Corn are off to the races at this point, Alex.
Yeah, so far it's looking like Lemieux right now, last 2 laps, 3/10 quicker than Gage Corn. This is what I was talking about in terms of the unknowns, right? Tire pressures. They're used to those 12-lap heat races instead of the 18-lap feature race. So when you add 6 laps, I mean, you got to go lower on the tire pressures, but how much lower? And it looks as though if you look down the order, every single driver besides Nick Eggleston didn't set a personal best last time by. So it's really going to be a guessing game for these guys on what it's going to take, as Eggleston, again, getting pushed to the wayside, exiting, I believe, like maybe turn number 8 there. So Eggleston falling outside the top, 5, 6, 7 now. So he has been pushed around for a majority of this race. This is not the first half of this feature race that he would have wanted. Lemieux crosses the stripe now 4/10 faster than Gage Corn last time around, 1.3 seconds clear of the field. This is really going to be a battle for this mid-pack there. There's Eggleston trying to hold off the likes of Mason Duchesne, Kaylee Countryman now, who fell back outside your top 7. She's in 9th, side by side there with, I believe, Mason Duchesne there. Now she's going to go through back into 8th. Look at that. Kyle Drisdale out of nowhere up the P9. He's been setting purple lap times the last couple laps. He actually has the best lap of the race, as Kyle Drisdale. So frustrating for him, and obviously for us watching. If he didn't get spun around in the opening lap, this might be a battle between him and Lemieux. But right now, it is the purest form of excitement we have on the track, with Drisdale having to go from last back through the field there, and he still has 7 laps to try to make a top 5 out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Drysdale has shown a lot of pace this weekend, but in particular, these last two races, whether it be Heat 2 or the pre-final or in the final, he's now stepped it up as we see a battle going back with Xander Malatesta as well as Ty Fisher for that 4th spot. So, I mean, this is some exciting battling going on through the top 5, but for Drysdale, it has to be kind of a situation of what could have been. Drysdale's going to try to throw it in there on Kaylee Countryman as well for that 8th spot. Not going to happen there. So, I mean, Drysdale, the fight through the field has been impressive. And remember, this is an 8-round championship. So there is a lot of time over the course of the season to make up extra points. There's Eccleston again down the inside, making another move. I mean, this has been a great battle through the middle of the field. I mean, really, everyone from 4th on back is having a all-out brawl at this point. Killian Harris has kind of slipped away as well. So the top 3 are set, but through the rest of this field, all the way back down, whether it be Eggleston, Drysdale, and the rest of your midfield, there is a lot of battling going on.
Yeah, Drysdale got around Kaylee Countryman there and thought about a move on Killian Harris. Now Drysdale to the bottom of the track, late lunge. He's through on Maximilian Spilger, Spilger with a great crossover there, and Drysdale's going to have to, recharge and set up for another move. But Countryman says not so fast. Drysdale's going to go from 7th to 9th in one corner there. So Kyle Drysdale's going to have to reset, kind of recharge his battery, so to speak, in terms of, where he wants to make a move now, as we see the likes of Mason Duchesne behind him and Mason Kuhn all over the bumper now of Kyle Drysdale. So this battle for 7th through 11th is incredible to watch, Emery, and really it goes to show how competitive this junior max field is all throughout.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not sugarcoat it all. I mean, these guys are just as quick as the guys running on the podium. The way that this race is sorted out has kind of given Gage Corn and Killian Harris a little bit of extra time. But if you look at the lap times, pretty much everyone from 2nd to 9th are within a 0.2 of a second box. And around this track, that is not much at all. So, I mean, tomorrow we could see a totally different picture. And it's just been the way that it's all worked out. The Gage Corn and Killian Harris, as well as Antoine Lumeau, have been able to make a little bit of extra ground up on the rest of the field. But I think that when you combine everything together, we have seen one of the most competitive races that you could have imagined here in this final. And I think we're seeing even more battles starting to come up here. I mean, we're still seeing Nick Eggleston fighting his way up through the field. You see now the 211, that's Maximilian Spilgler, just behind that group of Eggleston and Ty Fisher. So I think Countryman and Spigler continuing to work together. Mason Kuhn's back there, a little bit back there, as well as Kyle Drysdale, who had made his way up to 8th, got in a little bit of scuffles there these last couple of laps, but all of these guys have so much pace in hand, and it's really impressive to see. I mean, the racing at the front of the field might not be quite as tight, but none of the guys that we're seeing right now battling for 7th through 10th are any slouches. Time-wise, they're right there consistently within a couple of tenths of what we're seeing on the podium places. It just has not worked out that way to where they can fight in this particular race. But I think it sets up for a good end of this race in the midfield and a good race tomorrow, Alex.
Yeah, how about Mason Kuhn getting around Kyle Drysdale as well? So now the MPG driver is going to have to maybe give a toe to Drysdale to try to catch up to the likes of Countryman and Spilger there. Drysdale for the first time all race doesn't go for the move. I think Drysdale decides, you know what? This whole trying to get around the next guy ahead of me thing is not working out. So I'm going to sit behind Mason Kuhn, who's found new life in this race, and see what I can do with 2.5 to go, as we got a nice view here of Maximilian Spilger holding off Kaylee Countryman, who's been a rocket ship throughout this one here. The lap times are starting to fade a little bit for the guys 6 on back, as we see a late lunge. Countryman going to give the side pod to Spilger. That's going to hold both these guys up, and now Kuhn hooked the bumper of Countryman, got away with it. Now Kyle Drysdale's going to get a crossover move. Not going to happen. Countryman all over the rear bumper of Spilger. Spilger looks over. Countryman going to go in the dirt to make a pass happen. Kuhn's going to follow through. Spilger from 7th to 9th in one corner. Mason Kuhn's going to try to go for a 2-for-1. Not going to happen. Now Spilger's going to go back through potentially to 8th. Drysdale to the bottom of the track. He's going to do a slide job on Spilger. And then how about that move from Mason Duchesne? He said, why not? Buy one, get one free. Give me some. He's up to P9. Spilger's going to give the bumper now to Kyle Drysdale. And Drysdale, he thought he was 7th at one point on this lap, and he's down in 11th.
Everything can change so quickly in pack racing, and we just saw that Mason Kuhn looked like he had a shot at 7th, ends up losing a spot there. We saw Maximilian Spigler at one point was up into 7th as well. He loses 3. Kyle Drysdale, the quickest kart in this group of karts, got himself into a position to maybe get to 7th, and then he gets shuffled by the wayside. All of this going on from 7th on back, and it has been some very exciting racing. But in the meantime, back up to the front of the field, Antoine Lemieux has been flawless this entire race. Was able to pull away from Gage Corn early on. He's down to the last lap of the race. It has been exciting to see him continue to pull away from Corn, Killian Harris, and the rest of the field. And as they come down the back straightaway now, this has been quite the race from Lemieux. He looks back, sees no one within a solid 3.4 seconds of him. So every lap, 46.0, 46.0, 46.1, does not matter the lap count. The lap time is always going to be there for Lemieux. And as he comes through the last few corners, Alex, this has been a clinic from Antoine Lemieux.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost been robotic how impressive Lemieux has been here, rounding the final couple corners now through the penultimate corner now. And Antoine Lemieux through the final corner is going to see the checkered flag and take the victory in Junior Max here for the feature race. Antoine Lemieux puts on a clinic on the rest of the field there. Gage Corn comes home in second. Killian Harris, good run to finish third. Nick Eggleston with a great comeback drive to finish fourth. At one point was sitting in 10th. Xander Malatesta in fifth. Ty Fisher in sixth. Kaylee Countryman to seventh. Kyle Drisdale makes up 3 spots on that final lap to finish eighth. Mason Kuhn in ninth. Maximilian Spilger in 10th. Mason DeChesney 11th. Jack Speth, Cadence Presley, Oliver Walcott rounds out your top 14 in the Junior Max category, but it's all Antoine Lemieux out front. A clean sweep of the day, and it's ultra impressive to beat a field like this by 3.4 seconds.
Absolutely. Antoine Lemieux puts one up. How about Gage Corn and Killian Harris? All day long did not quite show the pace, but when it came down final time, the racecraft, the consistency prevailed, and they put themselves on the podium. A good comeback drive for Nick Eggleston and Xander Malatesta as well, and that wraps up your Junior Max category. So, I mean, one of the most exciting races we've seen all day. I mean, outstanding stuff from your junior drivers, and now we get set to go from the juniors to the youngest guys, the Micromax coming up next. We saw a good battle between Lucas Tarango and Cam Becker through both of the 2 heat races. And Alex, I am excited to see these two tango once more here in this 14-lap final.
Yeah, it was almost deja vu to Heat 1 was Heat 2. These two guys have been the class of the field, but you can't forget about the likes of Keaton Weigers, Underwood, Sonoda put on a show for us as well. And then Paxton Romero, who was very quick throughout those first 2 heat races, unfortunately had that mechanical issue there in Heat 2 to set him back. But overall, there's a lot of quick drivers in this field, including Connor Leipka as well, was very quick on board that comp cart. So it's all to play for here. And if that mini max race was anything to go off of in terms of, you have 2 guys who have a step on the rest of the field can figure it out. And so while we may have Tarango and Becker leading these guys by about 2 to 3 tenths a lap, anything's possible here in this feature race in terms of, now it's a 14-lap race. Like I said, again, another unknown for these guys, the longest session they've had all weekend long. Tire pressures are going to be a little bit different, right? The track's going to change. It's another curveball to throw at these young 7 to 10-year-olds. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. But if the first 2 heats are anything to go off of, it looks to be like Tarango and Becker have been the class of the field.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work that would have to happen for the guys from third on back to really consistently put down the lap time. But I mean, at the same time, you never know. These are Micromax drivers. There's a lot of variance in the field. I think we can see, if nothing else, a really good battle between your top 2. And hey, anything can happen. We saw in the Minimax category, like you mentioned, Alex, that there was a lot of development from the chasing pack to come within a few tenths of a second of beating Jackson Porter on the last heat. We'll see if that changes this time. But I mean, Lucas Tarango, Cam Becker, they have been phenomenal all day long. Tarango came away with the second heat win. Becker came away with the first heat win. They'll be on your front row. Keaton Weigers as well as Tyson Underwood on row 2. Yutaka Sonoda and Paxton Romero, who had the breakdown in the last heat, rounds out row number 3. Then Sebastian Johnson and Harley Hutala on row number 4. And Braxton Myers and Connor Leipka round out your field here, getting set to go for the Micromax category. They're about ready to get back on the track for their 14-lap finals. So, I mean, Alex, you've been in a lot of these situations before. You've been in these kind of like racing one-on-one situations like Tarango and Becker have been, how difficult is it to manage a 14-lap race like this where you're kind of having to push each other and sort of figure out what the strategy is and what could very well end up being a one-on-one type of race?
It's tough, but I can't imagine, as a kid being so young to have to go through, one, the pressure of knowing that you guys are so quick, and two, it's a patience thing, right? Because it's so easy to sit there in first and try to pull away, but being the guy in second, sometimes knowing you're faster than the guy ahead of him, and having to sit behind and wait because two is faster than one, it is tough, especially for a kid to have to sit back and learn patience so young. So for sure, it shows maturity that these guys have, and it shows the bright future that they have ahead of them, and the bright future that karting as a sport has ahead of them with drivers like Tarango, Becker, and the rest of this field. In all honesty, in terms of what we're going to see in the future. But yeah, Tarango and Becker have been ultra impressive. The way they've been able to race so clean, so consistent, and smart, right? Because that's what it's going to take to win a race around here. But yeah, with a 14-lap race, it's a long race for these young kids. So anything's possible here. It's Tarango in your front row, Becker in second, and Emery. Let's take it away here.
Yeah, this is going to be, to me, the single race I'm the most excited about. I mean, you've got a one-on-one battle that has been brewing all day long between Tarango as well as Becker. I mean, this has been a very exciting battle to watch all weekend long, within a tenth of a second, one way or another. And they are right there, ready to go in the tram lines, down the back straightaway. Let's get set to go for 14 laps of Micromax here in Phoenix. And there goes Tarango to the race lead, and a bad start for Becker. Back to third position. Wiegers is up to second, and they get set to go here. We'll see what Wiegers can do through the rest of the race now as Tarango leads them out of turn number 4. And there's a spinner in the background.
Yeah, Connor Leipka around in the back there. Keaton Wiegers, this is the furthest we've seen him up the field. He's been up to third at times, but up to second now for Keaton. So let's see what he can do now behind Lucas Tarango. This is kind of like what we mentioned with the Mini-Max racing, right? Where all of a sudden new guys start to form at the front, but a little mistake there out of Wiegers. Let's see if Becker's going to have to make a move soon. Otherwise, you can have the likes of Tarango walking away with this one. But so far, Keaton holding strong here behind Tarango, only a half lap into this one as Keaton goes very wide in the bowl corner there. Cam Becker with an easy inside move there. He's through now in the second, maybe he's side by side, and Keaton Wiegers around the outside through the kink there. Bold move there. He's going to hold on a second. A potential lunge there through the corner. So Keaton Wiegers is feeling ultra confident in this one in the opening stages here on board that comp cart. But all this battling for second is going to give Lucas Tarango the biggest lead he's seen all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas Tarango had all the help he needed there with Wiegers making a mistake out of that bowl corner. And then Becker looked like he maybe made the move a little bit too early there. If you go out of the draft, you don't get a good pull down the straightaway. And it allowed for Wiegers to get that suck down the straightaway and pull himself back clear of Becker for second. But now these guys have to make sure they don't let Tarango go get away, because right now that's teetering on the brink of that happening. And so Becker's got to find a way around Wiegers. Here he goes down to the inside. Not going to make it happen through the kink. We'll see if he can get him into the back hairpin down here. Nope, he stays in line. Wiegers is really good through that straightaway section and those first couple corners after the kink. After that, he struggles. But right now, it's just enough to keep Cam Becker at bay, and that's really helping Lucas Tarango to just get just a little bit of an extra separation here. So he's got about 4 or 5 cart links now to this second group of Wiegers and Becker, as well as Tyson Underwood still hanging on there in fourth.
Yeah, Tarango goes purple at a 49.6. I thought Becker was going to make a late lunge into turn 1. You don't see a lot of passes there, but Becker starting to get impatient. This is what we talked about. As a kid and really in general, it's hard to stay patient behind Wiegers, but Becker knows that he has to get around Keaton because he is quicker at this stage in the race. They're side by side. This time, Keaton's footing it. What a move. Cam Becker up to P2 now. Sights set on the number 7, Lucas Tarango, who's about a second clear of him as it stands. So Cam Becker is going to have to put together some qualifying level laps to make something happen there as Wiegers goes wide. That's going to give Tyson Underwood a very good chance here at third. Paxton Romero, even after the mechanical in Heat 2, is in the mix here for a potential podium. Yutaka Sonoda in 6. And how about Connor Leipka? He is one of the quickest drivers on the track. He went purple last time by. or 2 laps to go. Lucas Tarango was purple last time around, but Connor Leipka has been ultra quick. Started last in this one. He's up to P6.
Yeah, I mean, a good run there for Leipka. Started all the way shotgun on the field. Like you mentioned, his pace has been phenomenal. Paxton Romero as well. Both of them have worked their way up through the field very solid. As now you can see Tyson Underwood going for third into that back hairpin. He makes it happen. He's up to third now, and the slide for Keaton Wiegers continues. So after Cam Becker got by him, it seemed like it threw Wiegers off for a lap there, and you can now see Underwood's going to try and see if he can't pull away. We saw him try to do it earlier in the day unsuccessfully in heat number 2, but now he's got clean air in front of him, a good chance to try to pull away, as Paxton Romero now is the next one to try to get by Keaton Wiegers. But at the front of the field, how about it for Cam Becker? 2.5 tenths that last time through, a 49.38. That is phenomenally quick. And remember, we're only 4 laps into this race. There's still 10 laps left. So if Becker can find that pace consistently, he will have no problem catching up to Tarango and making this a 2-car battle as we anticipated.
I'm getting shades of heat number 2. This is identical to what we saw in that one, where Lucas Tarango got out to an early lead. Cam Becker had to claw his way back through the field, and on the last part of that race, he was about 2 to 3 tenths a lot faster. We're seeing it again. To be 2.5 tenths faster, a 49.3. What an absolute stormer of a lap from Cam Becker there. Let's see if he can be consistent about it now, as we see Keaton Wiegers getting all out of shape through the penultimate corner there, holding on to 4th, but his lap times are fading, and now the likes of Paxton Romero and Connor Leipka all over the bumper. How about Connor Leipka, a 49.501, faster than your leader last time by on board that comp car. So Connor Leipka, like you mentioned, shotgun to the field to start this one. He's on for a potential podium. Right now, that spot is Tyson Underwood's to be taken at a 49.6 there, personal best for him. But it is a comp cart 3, 4, and 6. They've taken over this Micro Max field so far, but it's still Tarango up front. Cam Becker, we asked, can he be consistent about that pace? He can, a 49.4, a 10th faster than your leader last time by. The differential is only 6 tenths, and I think it's even shorter this time around here as they round the final corner. Let's see what the gap is this time around. 49.6 for Tarango, 49.4 again for Becker. It's a 4-tenth advantage. Cam Becker's within striking distance, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear the music playing. Cam Becker is coming. I mean, whatever you want to say, he is already pulled on another 2 tenths. It visibly looks like he's closer than he was at the end of the last lap. So that bull corner really coming in handy for Becker there down the main straightaway. I mean, these two have been the class of the field all day long. We've seen Becker kind of put himself in a hole early in this race, but now through the last few laps, he has been absolutely flying. Tarango's still setting a consistent, solid pace in the race lead, but Cam Becker, these last few laps have been able to continuously bring that gap down. And now, I mean, he's within range where if he gets a good run on the back straightaway, we might be talking about a change of the lead here as they click off lap number 7. Again, 2.5 more tenths. Becker is there. He's been able to claw back almost a 1.5 seconds worth of deficit. And now, as they get set to go down the back straightaway, Alex, it is on for the race lead for the rest of this race.
Yeah, Cam Becker is within drafting range at this point. It's no longer can Tarango, pull away from Becker. It's can he hold off Cam Becker on board that MPG there. Cam Becker absolutely rolling. Tyson Underwood now under fire from Keaton Wiegers, who's found new life, should I say, at a 49.7 personal best for him. Paxton Romero as well, 3 tenths faster than Tyson Underwood at this point in the race. So Underwood now under fire from Keaton Wiegers. Connor Leipka all over the bumper of Paxton Romero now. So it is all to play for. Out front, it's still Tarango, but Cam Becker all over the rear bumper there. Tarango answering the call, does his personal best of the race at a 49.504, but Cam Becker's still a little bit quicker. At this point, lap time doesn't matter because you can see it in front of you. Only 1 car length separates your top 2. 5.5 laps to go down the back straightaway here. Who's got the better gear? Who's got the better motor? Cam Becker down the back straight. Do we see a move to the inside? Tarango a little bit defensive. Going to open up the corner there. Becker's going to think better of it. At this stage in the race, Cam Becker knows he has the go-kart to make it happen. So this goes back to what we talked about earlier, right? Where these two kids have shown maturity all day long. They know there's no need to race at this stage in the race. Because with 5 laps to go, if they race now, 3 seconds back to Underwood is not a lot if you start racing hard enough, right? So they need to play it smart like they have been. It looks as though Tarango has opened the gap up. He has, 49.368. He goes purple. Right as I mentioned, Lucas Tarango he's starting to, that Kart has almost found new life for him. So maybe a masterclass of setup for Lucas Tarango there. But Becker all over the rear bumper. It's Underwood in third, Wiegers fourth. Connor Leipka has gotten around Paxton Romero, who's fallen to the clutches of Yutaka Tsunoda. What a move. Keaton Wiegers. That took bravery to go to the inside of the kink there. He's up into P3 into the podium spots now and move Connor Leipka to P4. It's going to be Underwood from third to fifth in the matter of a straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really good race here for that battle on the podium. I mean, Underwood, Wiegers, Slipka, and Romero all right there together. And how about it for Keaton Wiegers? At one point, it looked like he was losing composure, but have lost multiple spots. He's now back into the podium places. Leipka's right there as well from the back of the grid. They're continuing to fight it out now. And I mean, we've got a 5-car battle for the podium. And yes, the battle for the lead that we're seeing right now might be really good, but that battle for third on back is another battle to get themselves on the podium and take that last step towards being a podium contender. Right now, I mean, we're seeing Leipka right there on Wiegers, right there as well. I mean, this is going to be a great battle for the podium. Tyson Underwood right there as well. There's going to go side by side here down into the right-hander. You can see there, Leipka makes the move. Not going to be a crossover opportunity there for Wiegers, and move for the first time all day. It's Connor Leipka on to podium contention here, Alex.
Connor Leipka started last at the start of this one. 12 laps into it, he's up in the third position. At this point, he's going to be holding a trophy at the end of this one. So what a run for Connor Leipka. Back up front, it's still Tarango, who's maintaining that 1-car length advantage that he has over Cam Becker. So far, so good for number 7, but it's been, when it matters most, Cam Becker seems to be able to answer the call. So let's see what happens here with 2.5 to go. Nothing yet for Wiegers. Wiegers thought about a move there, but Leipka is going to hold on to third so far. Underwood is back in the mix here in fifth. Romero is a little bit too far back as it stands to make a move for a potential podium spot, but what a run for Connor Leipka, who's been consistently the third fastest kart on track this entire race, and at times went purple. So he has been ultra impressive, and I believe Cam Becker got around Lucas Tarango there. I think Tarango made a mistake. Cam Becker, if we can get a view of Becker here, I think is now your leader, as Tarango last time around was 0.8 slower than Becker. I believe the number 7 made a mistake there, Emery, with 1.5 to go.
Yeah, that was a pretty critical mistake there for Lucas Tarango. Becker's now in the race lead, and kind of the inverse of what happened in heat number 2, where it was Becker making the jaw-breaking mistake there that took him out of contention. Now it's Tarango that does the same thing, and as we get down to the last couple laps here, last lap and a half, I mean, this could be the race right here. You can see down the inside again, Leipka back down the inside of Wiegers. He'll get the podium back. This battle for third is going to continue to rage on, and so we'll see if Leipka can hold on to it. We'll see at the front if Becker can hang on against Tarango, as we're down to the last lap here. 1 lap to go. We got a battle for first. We got a battle for the podium. It's all going to shape out, and let's see now. Cam Becker, can he hang on against Lucas Tarango? This is going to be the fight for the win. Tarango was able to dig deep on that last lap to give himself one last shot. He's going to go to the inside through the kink. They almost make contact. They do make contact through the dirt. Becker hangs on to it. Tarango's going to try to cross him over as they come out of the back hairpin for the final time, down towards the short chute and the right-handed corner here. They're going to go side-by-side, crossover chance by Tarango, and through the last few corners, Tarango's been able to get the job done. He's got the lead now coming through the last 2 corners. Here comes Lucas Tarango, maybe right at the death in the 11th hour, has found a way to get back to the top and win in Micromax ahead of Cam Becker. What a race that was between your top 2. Incredible stuff there.
Lucas Tarango, ultra impressive, but it looks as though they might still be racing here, Andrew. I don't think that was the checkered flag. Yeah, that was not the checkered flag. This is now the last lap. Lucas Tarango going to have to go defensive here on Cam Becker, who got crossed over in the final stages of that lap here. Can Cam Becker answer the call when it matters? Tarango going to have to go to the bottom of the racetrack. Can he do the move that Tarango did? Wow! Round the outside. Cam Becker.
Outside. Whew. That was incredible there. Cam Becker to the race lead. And now this one for the real time this time. Cam Becker, 11th hour. Actually, he'll walk away with the win over Lucas Tarango. That was an insane battle for the race win. What a move there. Becker around the outside. Wow, Alex, that was breathtaking stuff those last 3 laps.
What a move around the outside for Cam Becker. I think Tarango was setting up for the crossover there because he went to the bottom of the track and was kind of playing for the crossover, so he overslowed the corner. Becker predicted it, went around the outside of Lucas Tarango. What a move for Cam Becker to take back the lead that Tarango thought he had. What a move. Connor Leipka from last to third. Keaton Weigers is going to be fourth. Tyson Underwood with a solid fifth. Paxton Romero, sixth. Yutaka Sonoda there in seventh. We have one card off in the sand there right after the checkered flag. Sebastian Johnson, eighth, after getting spun around in the opening lap there. Harley Haltala and Braxton Mayers rounds out your top 10. Emery, what an exciting finish to the Micromax race.
Yeah, what a finish. That had a lot of hype behind it, and it absolutely lived up. Cam Becker, Lucas Tarango put on a show. Connor Leipka from last on the grid to third by the end of the race. He hangs on over Keaton Wiggers and Tyson Underwood. And the Micromax category absolutely put on a show. But speaking of shows, we've got a big one coming up next. It's Senior Max and Master Max, the 18-lap thrilling final coming up next here on Kart Chaser.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
All right. It is time for the headline division senior and master max. It's Frederic Lemieux on the front row. She has been absolutely flying all day long. Cooper Auclair is going to be on her outside. He's been the one challenger that's been able to match her lap times all day long so far. And then this is where the field starts to get a little bit, skewed, should I say, from, maybe what we saw in qualifying in terms of overall, lap times and pace, right? Because we're seeing the likes of, Bailey Murphy on board the comp court in fourth position. Can't get a view there of who's in third position, but we're going to see a lot of drivers have to make their way through the field. Some of those guys are going to be Oliver Bedard, Christian Miles, even the likes of Josh Campbell and others, which are, national level guys, Emery, who are going to have to start outside the top 10. So this is going to be a very intriguing race, but the biggest storyline is who can keep up with Lemieux.
Yeah, and that is going to be a tall task. I mean, Lemieux, she has been so quick today, whether it be in those two heat races or in qualifying. Really, yesterday as well, her pace has been phenomenal. We've seen Cooper Auclair have to kind of fight his way from some poor starts the last couple of times. The last race, he was able to get himself all the way into the top 3. So, I mean, again, Auclair now starting on the front row. Christian Miles gets discarded back a little ways due to his mechanical issue and the bumper falling off in the first heat. I mean, there's a lot of protagonists here, but at the front of the field, the front row have been the only two consistently on each other's pace. I think Auclair was within a tenth or so of what Frederic Lemieux was able to do on that last heat. But it's going to take a lot for the challenging pack to continue moving up through the field. I mean, we've seen a lot of good pace from the guys in the midfield, but by good pace, it's not been quite enough to be up front. I mean, we've seen last race, Griffin Dowler had a really good heat up until the last few laps for his tires fell off. Giovanni Santora and Bailey Murphy, both of them had good heat races as well, but maybe lacked the pace. And then on the other end, I mean, how about Macy Williams charged through that field in the last heat after a poor qualifying? She has a good shot with a better starting spot here to do some work here in the final. But, I mean, she's got a lot of work to do. And then you got the guys that had the mechanical issues or just simply struggled after some good qualifying efforts. I mean, Oliver Bedard got shuffled by the wayside in that last heat, but pace-wise, he was as quick as anyone. And then you go down through the list. I mean, Christian Miles had a lot of good pace in the first heat before the mechanical issue. In the second heat, had the track position, but not the pace. And then, I mean, you go through the list, there is so many quick drivers in this heat, but at the front of the field is really where it all stacks up. And you got Frederic Lemieux as well as Christian Miles, or as well as Cooper Auclair, on the front row. And I really do think that if I had to pick between anyone in this race, it'd have to be in that front row. And between the two of them, I mean, it's hard to bet against Lemieux with how fast she's been all weekend.
Yeah, Lemieux's been quick. I mean, for me, we've seen Cooper Auclair on the national scene for a while, be aggressive and be quick in the KA stuff. So I think with Cooper Auclair, with his aggression levels, I'm intrigued to see what he can do. The only problem for Cooper is that he's on the outside, and not many drive been able to make that one work. As you see the grid being rearranged there, as Macy Williams getting put in fourth place now, so she's going to be in fourth. So and she's been one of the fastest drivers in this class. I mean, she had a third place in the first heat, and I believe like a 10th in the second heat, but in terms of lap time was top 3. So she has been ultra quick. But like I mentioned with Auclair, if he can get a good start, that's going to be the key to this one with an 18-lap feature race coming up. It's going to be intriguing, though, to see if he can actually make a start work. I believe that's going to be Dowler in third, Williams fourth, and I can't get a view of the rest of the grid so far. We'll be able to get that sorted for you guys when they come on to the racetrack. But like we mentioned, Lemieux has had about a 2/10 advantage on the field. But from Cooper Auclair on back, it is anybody's race to see who can go out there and challenge Lemieux for this victory here. But, like we've been mentioning all day long, right? It's 3:00 now in Phoenix, and it's going to be a different racetrack to when they saw it, 2 hours ago. Sand on the track, track evolution, the tires. It's going to be an entirely different race for these guys, and it's the longest session they've had all weekend. So this is going to be interesting. And in the senior max category as well, the longer sessions affect them the most, more than you'll affect the micro or mini race or even a junior race. So this is going to be to see who's conserve their tires the most and who's nailed the setup better than everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, 18 laps of distance. It's a longer race than what we've seen all day long. It's really a longer session than anyone will have faced up to this point. And I have to say, on a track that seems to have a good amount of tire wear, this is something that will play a part. I mean, we've seen all weekend long fastest laps coming on the early parts of the race. So when you have an 18 lap final here, I mean, that can throw a wrench in how you set the go-kart up and how you want to adjust your pressures. I mean, I know personally, like going out on low pressures, it sounds sketchy because if you get swarmed in those opening couple laps, it's impossible to get back up there with how close the field has been. But on the flip side, if you go out too high on pressure, like I feel like we saw Griffin Dower do in that last seat, you're along for the ride for the last half of the race and you're simply falling backwards. So there's definitely a dilemma there. It's definitely going to be kind of a shot in the dark for some of these guys. But I mean, as we see Cooper Leclerc getting ready to go, as well as Federico Lumeo, I mean, I think that they've really got it down to a science so far this weekend. And it's hard to bet against how they've set the go-kart up now. So it's a interesting balancing act of not changing too many things, but also trying to stay in front of the track a little bit. And I think these front two have done an awesome job of that so far this weekend. But you have Macy Williams up there. You have a couple other fast challengers going back through the rest of the grid. I mean, I think that this is set up for an exciting Senior Max final here.
Yeah, I agree completely, Emery. And this is going to be one of those races that I don't see it, being like what we saw in the first two heat races, where it's Lemieux kind of getting out front and walking away. I think these guys have learned their lesson, that she is incredibly quick around this place. And so I can't suspect if any of these guys have a say in it, they're going to go and let her get that early lead that she's been able to get in these first few heat races. So, but that's what's been so impressive with Fredweek. I mean, for her ability to find, that little bit of breathing room between second and herself and kind of run away with it. So if you're Cooper Leclerc, if you're Macy Williams, if you're Dowler, if you're, the likes of Bailey Murphy, Josh Campbell, and even like Christian Miles coming from the back, I mean, you're doing everything you can to get to the front as soon as possible. It almost makes you wonder if, as much as we talk about, low tire pressures because it's 18-lap race, I almost wonder if somebody gambles and goes on a higher tire pressure to get to the front early and defend because of how, tight this racetrack is. And it is tough to pass around this place at times. You can almost defend enough to where you create a bottleneck. And so it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, your starting lineup is going to be Lemieux, Auclair, Griffin Dowler, like I mentioned, Macy Williams, Bailey Murphy in 5th, Bradley Bitts in 6th. Oliver Bedard, even after a rough couple heat races, has snuck his way into 7th. Giovanni Santora in 8th. Landon Billy 9th. Luke French 10th. Josh Campbell outside the top 10 11th. Grayson Thorpe in 12th. Christian Miles in 13th. Charlotte Trainer, Savannah Callis, Spencer Smith, who's been a top 5 candidate all weekend long, who's had 2 poor heat races due to really none of his own doing, in 16th. Boss Patel, Autumn Fisher, Josh Feiner, and Sydney Bowers rounds out your top 20 here in the Senior Max category. Does anybody have anything for Frederic Lemieux out front, Emery?
I mean, we've seen Cooper Leclerc, if he can get in clean air and stay with her, he has a chance. He's shown the pace at various points this weekend, but that is easier said than done. Starting on the outside is a huge disadvantage. We've seen, at least in the full-size categories, you're losing 1 to 2 spots at a minimum off the start. So if Leclerc can find a way to minimize that, maybe through pinching or down or something like that, I think he has the raw pace to match her, but it's a tall order. I think Lemieux's got to be the favorite at this point, but as they get set to get gridded up, I mean, we've got such a good class. Real quickly down through the rest of the grid, Billy Cleveland, Christopher Mann, and Clayton Kessler are your 3 Masters Max drivers. They put on a show in that second heat, all 3 of them coming within half a second of each other. There'll be a storyline to keep an eye on, but the real story at the front of the field, Federico Lemieux, Cooper Leclerc, Griffin Dowler, Macy Williams, and the rest of your Senior Max field getting set to go 18 laps. Greens in the air. We're underway. Dowler trying to slide his way to P2.
Whoa.
Oh, Cooper Leclerc's in the dirt. Saves it somehow, some way. Leclerc keeps it all going in the forward direction, but he has lost a heap of time and a number of positions. But at the front of the field, the inside once again got a good start as we got one more in the grass. That looks to be Luke French making contact with Josh Campbell back through the field. But Lemieux off to the races here with a good start with Dowler in tow in second place.
Macy Williams getting her elbows out early there to get up into P3. We saw Dowler attempt a move down that back straightaway. Oh, he's going to try it again on Lemieux. Lemieux shuts the door. So just like I mentioned at the start of this race, I mean, this is essentially the game plan these guys have. Do not let Lemieux get a lead, and they've already done so. Lemieux has a 2-car length buffer to the likes of Dowler and Williams, who should work together here to try to get around Lemieux. Yeah, Williams going to hold station behind Lemieux. That is Bailey Murphy in 4th on board that Car Republic. And how about Oliver Bedard, who, if you don't remember, in that first heat was up in the 3rd before a bit of contact threw him outside of the top 10, and then the second race had a poor opening lap. So Bedard hasn't even been able to fully stretch his legs this weekend so far. So Bedard closing the gap here. He might go purple this time by. He doesn't. It's Cooper Auclair that does. He was off in the dirt last time by. He's a 46 flat, fastest guy inside your top 10, but it's still Lemieux out front. Then it's Dowler, Williams, and Murphy. It is a complete train behind Lemieux right now. This is completely different to what we're used to seeing. And how about Christian Miles? Where is Miles up to already? 9th. Christian Miles up 4 spots already on board that neon green TB car. And if these guys up front continue to battle, you cannot count out Christian Miles.
Yeah, Macy Williams has got to go now. I think the thing is Griffin Dowler has a lot of the pace that he needs. He just cannot consistently put it together corner after corner. And if that happens a couple more times, it's going to open up the gap for Lemieux even more. And so that last time by again, Oliver Bedard goes purple. Cooper Auclair going fast in the back of that group. There you see a move for Bedard up into the 4th spot. Can't make it happen. And now Cooper Auclair is going to slip by as well. So this battling going on for 4th, 5th, and 6th has really opened up the 2 groups and split them. So now you can see Cooper Auclair, again, after being all the way in the dirt on the opening lap, has continued to fight his way forward. He's not that far out of touch with the race lead if he can just have a couple of good laps. The thing is Griffin Dowler and Macy Williams have worked together perfectly to keep them in eye shot. They just need to find that last little bit of pace to close up to Federico Lemieux. But so far, through 2 and a bit laps, it's looking good for at least some kind of races. Auclair challenging up on Bailey Murphy, trying to get that spot, cannot make it stick. But now, I mean, this is a 3-car breakaway at the front. The shuffling for 4th on back has opened up that gap a little bit as we now come onto the back straightaway. And Lemieux, again, she's so good out of that back bowl that it gives her enough breathing room to not have to block or defend or anything coming down this back straight. And I think as long as that's the case, it's going to be hard to get buyers. Now, Christian Miles, another move to the inside through the kink. Move him up another spot. He's up to 7th. This has been a phenomenal drive for the Race Slab product, the number 307 aboard the TV Kart. Miles up to 7th, and he's got more coming up here next as he continues to fight his way back from a mechanical DNF in heat number 1, Alex.
Christian Miles, the 2nd fastest driver on the track, and he did it while passing 2 go-karts that last time by. So Christian Miles put on a clinic. Bedard, purple at a 45.6. And how about Miles, a 45.7? And we watched him make a late lunge. There goes Auclair to the inside of Bailey Murphy. Cooper Auclair is absolutely rolling. This race is anybody's for the taking, Emery. I mean, so far, Lemieux, like you mentioned, her strongest point is that bull corner. Williams is tired of sitting in 3rd. She's going to go into 2nd position. It is Lemieux and Williams out front, and then it is Griffin Dowler in 3rd. Auclair leads that 2nd train of Murphy, Bedard, and Miles, who's joined the fray now. Let's see if Miles can get through as quick as possible. Bedard at the inside. He's going to go through. Oliver Bedard back through. Miles, what a late lunge. Christian Miles, elbows out, gloves are off in this one for Christian Miles, who is ruthless. He's come from 13th to 6th, and Lemieux now has started to really stretch her legs in this one. 45.6, fastest driver on the racetrack last time by. She has about a 3 to 4/10 advantage over Macy Williams, and it's Dowler. Murphy now falling to the clutches of Landon Billy in 7th. There goes Josh Campbell, who started outside your top 10. He's going to go up into P8 there. Billy's going to hold on the TB car driver.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Campbell trying to make a move there, but at the front of the field, we saw Macy Williams make that move into 2nd, and the reason that's critical to me is because I don't think she's necessarily that much quicker than Griffin Dowler, but her kart looks more consistent. It looks like she's able to kind of know what she's getting every lap, and it's important for her to try to chase down Federico Lemieux, but I think at this point Lemieux might have a little bit too much pace as she just turned up the wick on that last lap. A 45.5, absolute machine-like consistency. We've seen her getting quicker and quicker every lap through. Cooper Auclair, the only driver in the 45 fives outside of her and Christian Miles, who was also in the fives. But I mean, this has been super impressive to see from the young Canadian Frederica Lemieux continuing to put lap after lap on the board. She is putting a gap on Macy Williams, and really it looks like Williams and Dowler just cannot keep up with the pace by being run up at the front of the field, Alex.
Yeah, Lemieux, just ultra impressive stuff. I will say this, Auclair, oh no, I believe that's going to be Landon Billy there, who's going to be out of this one with a mechanical failure. That's going to move Josh Campbell up into P8, Feiner up to 9th, and Spencer Smith up into 10th. Lap time-wise, Auclair, Bedard, and Miles were faster than Frederic Lemieux last time by. The only issue is they're 1.4 seconds back and 2.1 seconds back for Bedard, respectively, there. So Auclair right now seems to be in the best position to go out there and make a challenge to Lemieux. Auclair's only issue is he has to get around 2 drivers before he even has a chance at Lemieux here. So now, like you mentioned, Emery, it wasn't really a case of Macy being faster than Dowler. Her kart seemed to just handle a little better than Dowler's at that stage in the race. It looks as though this race is coming back to Griffin Dowler now a little bit. But yeah, if I'm Cooper Auclair, I need to get around that red speed of Griffin Dowler as quick as possible and then have my sights set on Macy Williams to have a chance at Lemieux, because last time by, Cooper Auclair, fastest lap out of the top 10. So that comp car is still rolling here. Does Dowler make a move on Macy Williams? He looks to be quicker than her, but so far he's going to give her a little bit of a bump, saying, we need to get a move on here if you want a chance at Lemieux. This is perfect for Auclair. Auclair's through the third now, maybe even second, not yet. But Cooper Auclair is one step closer to that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper Auclair is the fastest kart on the racetrack, at least consistently by the looks of it. I mean, if he can't make it all the way up to Lemieux, he's going to be kicking himself over that start, because Auclair throughout this race has been so quick and throughout this weekend. But that one start where he got pushed on the grass, pushed off into the dust a little bit there, that put him down to about 9th or 10th on the opening lap. And he has been working ever since then to try to give himself one more chance. He's at the halfway mark, 9 down, 9 laps of racing to go. So there's still a lot of time left. But I mean, at this point, he's got so much gap to make up. He's got to get by Macy Williams cleanly. We'll see if he can try that right here. He's down again, just trying to get by Macy Williams. At this point, Williams and Dowler have kind of brought that whole group accordion back together all the way down into the 7th spot there. You can see Bailey Murphy kind of at the tail of that group, or Christian Miles now getting pass as well. Miles is the last one in that group. But consistently, I mean, these guys in the middle of that group might have the pace to run up there with Lemieux, but the way it's shaped out, she's been able to grow that gap up to about 2-ish seconds, and that is going to be really hard for Auclair and company to overcome. Williams hangs on to second for now, but she's got a lot of pressure now. Auclair, Dowler, Bernard, and Miles all right there. She's going to go a little defensive into that hairpin, and it's all stacking up here as Macy Williams trying to hang on to second right now.
There goes Auclair to the inside, bullies his way through to second. Side by side, Dowler and Williams now. Williams gives Dowler the side pod there, but darts through. Christian Miles, contact with Dowler. Dowler visibly upset with Christian Miles there. It'll be tough to see if that was a racing incident or more on one driver or the other. But Miles and Dowler make contact, and all of Miles' hard work is going to be undone in this one, from 4th to outside the top 10 for Christian Miles there. And this is kind of a lifeline for the likes of Murphy and Feiner and Smith, who essentially got a free 2 spots gained for them. So good for them. Not as good for Miles and Dowler there, as a late braking there for Bradley Bitts there, going to cost him a spot. Josh Campbell up into P7. But how about Macy Williams and Bedard now? It's going to be these 2 drivers battling out for that last step of the podium. Now that Cooper Auclair, the shackles have been unleashed, does he have anything left in the tank? Last time by was a 10th slower than Lemieux. So that answers my question a little bit there. With 8 laps to go, you need to be going the right direction if you're Cooper Auclair to have any chance at Lemieux. But right now it's 2 seconds between him and the top step of the podium.
Yeah, I don't want to be one to speak too soon, but at this point, it would be a masterclass if Cooper Auclair can come anywhere close to Frederic Lemieux. And I think that it has not worked out for him. Being on the outside on the start, falling back to 9th or so, he's had to get through a couple different scuffles. All of that combined, it's probably taken some tire life out of his kart as well. So at this point, Cooper Auclair has got a mountain to climb, and he doesn't have any climbing gear with him. So I think it's going to be hard for him to overcome that gap in just 5 laps. But still, a run up to second after the start that Auclair got would still be good. And how about for Macy Williams and Oliver Bedard? They have a chance to fight it out for the last podium spot. Absolutely no pressure behind them. They've got upwards of 3 seconds back to Bailey Murphy and Spencer Smith behind them. So this is going to be just a clear battle for the two of them. They might be able to keep up with Auclair. The last couple of laps they've done so. But right now, I mean, really, the story of this race for me is Frederica Lemieux just continuously being consistent. She has not put a foot wrong all race long, and it's got her this 2-second gap is growing, if not shrinking.
Macy Williams, ultra impressive to be able to hold off Oliver Bedard, which at times has been the quickest driver on the field. Last time around was second to Lemieux there lap time wise. How about Spencer Smith up into 5th? What a run for Smith. If you remember, Spencer Smith and Bedard actually got into it in Heat 1. And so they both at the start outside the top 10 in this one, and they actually are 4th and 5th respectively. So great runs for both those drivers. Bedard doing everything he can to get around Williams. And how about Auclair? Auclair hasn't actually left Williams and Bedard that much. A little update on the gap to the lead. It's 2.2 seconds now for Auclair. So like you said, as much as we don't want to speak too soon, Auclair is going in the wrong direction if he wants a chance at a victory here, but still an impressive victory considering he was sideways at the exit of the first corner on the opening lap. So impressive stuff for the comp car driver there. A little bit quicker than Lemieux last time by, but so far so good. Bedard to the inside. You could see that one getting set up from a mile away. Oliver Bedard through to P3, but he's going to have to compromise the entry to the pole corner. Williams now looks back, sees there's absolutely no one behind them, so they can afford to battle out a little bit for this final step of the podium here. Does she go right back to the inside? No. She's going to sit behind Bedard, realizes, okay, at this stage in the race, Bedard's probably quicker than her in terms of she's been feeling the bumps that he's been giving her. So at this stage in the race, I think Williams is content to stay behind Oliver and seeing if they can catch up to Auclair.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, as much as Auclair's battle to get up to Lemieux was a very tall task, this is also going to be a tall task for Bedard and Williams to get that last little bit to Cooper Auclair, because they've got about a second to make up here in the next 2 laps here in this race. So, I mean, this is going to be a lot for them to make up. They've got a fight on their hands for that last podium spot. A lot of track position to be able to do it with. Again, 4 seconds to get back to 5th on back. So it's not like this is going to be some massive question for Macy Williams or for Oliver Bedard as to whether or not they can get that podium spot. But, I mean, we're coming down to the wire here at the end of this race. And right now, I mean, Lemieux's definitely in the clear. Cooper Auclair's in the clear for second by the looks of it, unless Bedard pulls out some magic out of his hat. In the Masters race, before we get onto the white flag lap, we've got Clayton Kessler in the race lead for that, along with Billy Cleveland, Christopher Mann. They've been working together these last 2 heats as well as the final. That'll be an interesting story to watch. But the big battle here on the senior side of things is the battle for that last podium spot. Oliver Bedard, as well as Macy Williams, fighting it out for that last podium position. Williams has been in the slots all race long. She's got a crossover chance here. Bedard's going to try to defend down that back straight or down towards the chute. Goes defensive, and Macy has nothing she can do here, Alex.
Yeah, Bedard making that go-kart as wide as possible there. But Williams, wow, all over the dirt to make a move happen there as Lemieux crosses the stripe there to get the checkered flag. She wins Senior Max here at PKRA for the first round of the Rotax West Series. Auclair second. Macy Williams had 4 in the dirt to make that move happen. What a lunge. Caught Oliver Bedard lacking. He thought he had that final step of the podium on lock. Caught him off guard. Bedard's going to still be happy with a 4th after how this weekend's gone for him so far. Smith with a sneaky 5th place for him. Bailey Murphy in 6th. Josh Campbell with a solid 7th. Christian Miles, after being completely spun around midway through that one, finishes 8th. Griffin Dowler, the guy that he made contact with, finishes 9th. Bradley Bitts rounds out your top 10. Then it's Charlotte Trainer, Giovanni Santora, Luke French, Julian Swanson, Jovan Dillon, Autumn Fisher, Joel Lewis, Billy Cleveland, Christopher Mann, and Clayton Kessler rounding out your top 20 there. And I believe Billy Cleveland there is going to win the Master Max race. So good run for Billy Cleveland there.
Yeah, absolutely. And a good battle between him and Clayton Kessler as well as Christopher Mann. All three of them working together and then battling it out on the last 2 laps. So cannot complain there. But Frederick Lemieux, an incredible race for her. Really a full weekend of her just pure domination. We saw Antoine take the win in the junior side of things, but in the senior side, it is Frederick with an insane win there, just pulling away from Cooper Auclair and the rest of your field. And Macy Williams finds herself on the podium. So that wraps up Senior Max and Master Max as we get set to go for our final race of the day, which will be Mini Max. 14 laps of distance in that one. We'll see if anyone can keep up with Jackson Porter, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to figure it out in Heat 2. Heat 1, we thought it was a Jackson Porter show, but Heat 2, Gage Grant, Quinto, and Sanguinetti had something to say about it, as well as Harrison Jeffrey was in the mix for a bit there as well. So I suspect a pretty solid mini-max race here to round out our final feature race of the day here in Phoenix. But Jackson Porter with that Hy-Vee red livery is going to lead these guys to the green. But Gage Grant was ultra quick in that one and arguably quicker than Porter at times. Mateo Quinto as well kept Grant honest throughout a lot of that one. Sanguinetti was quick. I mean, this is going to be anybody's race. I think it's just like what we saw in the senior race. I mean, it's all up to that start. If you let Jackson Porter get a lead, it's tough to come back. But if you do what you did last race and kind of sit behind Porter and pressure him into, the first few mistakes that we saw all weekend from Jackson Porter, then your odds of winning are drastically increased rather than giving him a sizable advantage like we saw in Heat 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to how well can these guys work together. I think Mateo Quinto has probably had the best pace of anyone outside of Jackson Porter, but he started on the outside the last 2 heats. He's had to kind of navigate some difficult starts, and that's put him back beyond the 8 ball. Gage Grant now has to go through that starting in second, and we'll see if he can navigate it any better. But, I mean, for me, I think if these guys are on their A game, they can absolutely run with Jackson Porter. We saw it last race. I think we've seen it throughout the practices and qualifying that they have the pure pace. It's just about Porter's consistency and ability to get out front and click off laps that makes him so difficult to beat. As we finish up with some track pickup here, I think that this battle in Mini-Max could be as entertaining as any of them. I think Quinto starting in third, you have to think his ambition here is going to be to get to second off of the start because he's seen the other way around. He's been on the outside and gotten shuffled back on both of his starts today. He was fourth after lap 1 or after turn 1 in the first race. He was third after the turn 1 in the second race. So, Alex, I mean, you're Mateo Quinto now. You start in third. Where's your head at coming into this race?
Exactly what you said, right? He was able to do that in Heat 2, and it worked out for him there. I mean, if he's able to somehow slot in line and get the second at the start, he's got a decent chance of this one, right? It's a 14-lap race. I've been saying it all day long. Longest race these kids have driven all day long, all weekend long. So it's a bit of a guessing game setup-wise. But all in all, like I mentioned, you just can't let Jackson Porter get ahead. So if you're Grant, Quinto, Sanguinetti, Jeffrey, Guillen, Majewski, any of these guys, right? Or Majewska, sorry. Any of these drivers, you cannot afford to battle early on in this race or Jackson Porter's going to make you pay. But if you do what you did last race and sit in line and be patient and wait till the last couple of laps to really start battling, you have a much greater chance to beat Jackson Porter, who still, in my opinion, has about a 10th on the field because his lap times that he was doing were by himself while Grant, Quinto, and Sanguinetti were working together to get those lap times. But nonetheless, it's still impressive to see the jump that they have made in the matter of a couple of sessions. So ultra impressive stuff for the entire Mini-Max grid, and I think we're in for a classic here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an exciting race coming to the wire here. The last race of the day is Mini-Max, 14 laps to distance. Jackson Porter is on pole position. Gage Grant on the front row with them. Then it's Mateo Quinto, Christian Sanguinetti on row number 2. Harrison Jeffrey, Nicholas Guillen, and row 3. And Vesper and Majewska in the 7th spot will round out your field again. An exciting Heat 2. We saw the precursor to this earlier in the day. Now we get 4 more extra laps for racing, 1 more trophy at the end of the day, and 1 more chance to see these Mini-Max drivers put on a show for us here at PKRA, Alex.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one here. It's going to be Porter and Grant on the front row, just like what we saw in the previous couple of races there. But now with Quinto there on the inside, pushing Porter. I think this sets up beautifully for the comp car driver to come out second at the end of this opening lap here. So let's see what he can do. But this not take anything away from what we've seen from Grant and Sanguinetti as well, with how quick they've been. I think this is anybody's race. I really don't think this is a Jackson Porter, walk away like we thought it was going to be maybe coming into this weekend. But nonetheless, Porter on the inside, Grant on the outside. Green flag is out. Good start for Porter. Great start for Quinto. Grant's going to slot into second place there. Good start for Sanguinetti in fourth. But so far, so good for Porter there. Mateo Quinto is going to be content now to sit in second place. I don't think we're going to see any shuffling for position for a couple of laps here, unless maybe Quinto prove me wrong. Mateo Quinto to the inside. This might be the first lead change we've seen all weekend long in this Minimax class, and it goes to Mateo Quinto. He's going to lead them to the green flag here for the first time lap. Wow, Mateo Quinto takes the lead here, and now Gage Grant's going to have a chance at this one here. Jackson Porter, what do you got for him?
Yeah, I mean, Mateo Quinto, don't forget, all weekend long has not been able to be in the lead or in striking distance of the lead, actually. So for him, he took the first possible opportunity to pass Jackson Porter. Now Porter, subsequently, for the first time all weekend, is in second. How does he react to that? We'll see how patient Porter is. We saw Quinto not make a move. Now we're going to see Gage Grant try to chuck one in there on Jackson Porter. A little bit over ambitious there. Could not get it done. And so now that's going to give the front two a big gap back behind them. So Quinto leading this race. Jackson Porter into second. They've got about 2 or 3 car lengths back to Gage Grant, who did not want to wait behind Jackson Porter at all. As much as Mateo Quinto wanted to make the move at the start of this race, it's now Gage Grant trying to make the move heading on to lap number 2, Alex.
Yeah, even after that move, Gage Grant still went purple at a 49.1. So it's now Grant and Jeffrey ahead of Sanguinetti, Guillen, and Majewska. I mean, really, all 7 are still in the same frame here. This is an ultra-competitive mini-max final here. Jackson Porter to the inside, potentially, of Quinto. Not going to happen. Now he's going to go through, but Quinto's going to hold the outside. What a defensive maneuver there for Mateo Quinto's going to hold on. Gage Grant's getting a little bit feisty now in third. He's going to try to get back Jackson Porter on board that Hy-Vee red go-kart. And then it's Harrison Jeffrey, who was impressive in the second heat race there, fell off at the end. So far, so good for Harrison. He's still in 4th place, but Jackson Porter wasn't able to get that move to stick. But now he kind of gave away his game plan, right? We thought maybe Porter was going to be content to stick behind Quinto, but clearly not. Clearly, Jackson Porter has been content leading all weekend long. He doesn't want anything to change about that. I mean, why would he, right? Leading both heat races has helped him. And there he goes. Inside, back straight away. He's through to the lead. Quinto's going to follow through. Does he answer right back? Let's see. Through the sweeping corner, Quinto not going to answer the call. Jackson Porter back to the point. Gage Grant's all over his bumper. Sanguinetti all over the rear bumper of Harrison Jeffrey, who was actually the second fastest driver on the track last time by. So let's see as they cross the stripe in a couple corners time. They'll get 10 laps remaining here. Jackson Porter with a 1.5 car length advantage here, but this is where we see Quinto start to stretch his legs a little bit here as they cross the stripe. Porter goes purple at a 48.4. What a lap for Jackson Porter. 4/10 clear of the field there, lap time wise. This is the part of the track where Porter's been incredibly quick. That bull corner. Look at the way he's able to get that cart just to roll through that bull. Gage Grant's going to be held on the outside there. A little bit of side-to-side contact. Grant's going to hold on to 3rd place there. But, wow, Jackson Porter, in a matter of 5 corners, has extended his advantage by 6 car length.
Yeah, Jackson Porter, this looks like it might be a little bit too inevitable for Jackson Porter. He's been so quick throughout the whole weekend, and we've seen in Heat 1 he was able to dominate, pull away. In qualifying he was a lot quicker. Heat 2 was a little bit off of form. He allowed the rest of the group to stay with him, but this time through, Mateo Quinto as well as Gage Grant just do not have the pace. They were half a second slower on that lap. They're going to need a lot more and a lot more quick if they want any shot at running down the Hy-Vee cart there.
Yeah, Mateo Quinto and Gage Grant, if these two could, go bumper to bumper, you see Quinto give Grant the signal saying, push me. I need every bit of horsepower that I can get down this back straightaway here to have any chance at catching up the Porter. And these kids know it, right? You don't see anybody poking out a line. They know the second they start battling, this race is for sure you could put it in the record books as a Porter win. But if they can, stay line astern, There's still 8.5 laps remaining. Anything's possible here. This is going to be the telltale sign, because this was the lap right here that Porter was by himself and Grant with a big mistake there. Jeffrey's through the third now, but let's see what the lap time shows. Porter to 49 flat, Quinto 48.9. So Quinto a little bit faster last time by, but Porter, that was 7/10 slower than what we saw last time by. So maybe a bit of a mistake for Porter last time around, but this is good news for the guys behind Porter, because they were all quicker than Porter besides maybe one or two drivers. So now down the back straightaway, the only problem Quinto has is that his Robin, should I say, is no longer behind him, but Grant's going to go back through on Jeffrey, Gage, Grant, back to P3 there. Jeffrey's going to go for the crossover. Let's see if Grant can now get back to the bumper of Quinto to help him get the Porter.
Yeah, I mean, it had to have been a mistake there for Porter. We'll see what his lap time is this time around once we get a lap in the books here for lap number 6. But, I mean, it's hard to imagine that he's genuinely lost 7/10 of raw pace. There we go, 48.6, back towards what you would expect from the high V machine. He pulls 3.5 more to Mateo Quinto. Gage Grant, with his move up to third, is still able to do a 48.8 in the process. So Grant's had a lot of good pace in this race. He's been quicker than I feel like he was in the first heat. Maybe not quite as quick as in the second heat, but still a good run for him. Quinto has a little bit of breathing room now, but Gage Grant that last time through almost 2/10 quicker, and you can see visibly how confident he is on the brakes through that back ball. I mean, he looks to be able to carry a little bit more rolling speed in there than what Quinto is, and he's pulling Harrison Jeffrey and Christian Sanguinetti along with him. Sanguinetti continuing to try to hang on against Gage Grant, but Mateo Quinto will come under fire here. And at this point, it's not so much the battle for the lead that will be the question. It's can Quinto hang on to second?
Yeah, Quinto starting to fade a little bit lap time wise compared to Grant, who had a 48.8. But Porter back to his standard of a 48.5 every single lap there. So yeah, for sure a mistake a couple laps ago for him. So Porter set sail out front. I mean, the gap between him and Quinto is 1.5 seconds with 6.5 laps remaining. It's still Quinto in second, but Gage Grant all over the rear bumper now of the comp car driver there, and Harrison Jeffrey bringing Christian Sanguinetti into the mix now. So this battle for P2 is going to rage on for the remainder of this race. I mean, this is really the battle that we've expected to see throughout this weekend. But with Heat 2, you know, maybe we went into this one with, you know, the thoughts of they were going to have a chance at a victory. But with the pace that Porter has in this one, it looks like this is going to be the race that we're gonna end up watching. So Quinto still leads this train. That is Grant and Jeffrey. We're starting to see some mature driving from these young kids. There is a bit of a mistake from Quinto, goes way wide on the exit of that bull corner. You can see the run that Grant now has in the back straightaway. Let's see if anybody peeks a nose here. Jeffrey thought about it for a second. Nothing to it there. Grant's going to hold station here. I wonder if these kids are giving it one last effort to catch up the Porter. They figured maybe if we can work together, 2 to 3 at a time, maybe we can be as fast as Jackson Porter out front. So far, it's still Porter who has about a 2 to 3/10 advantage over these guys, but we're seeing, again, just really smart driving from these young kids.
Yeah, really smart indeed. I mean, look, there's no way they're catching Jackson Porter unless he has some kind of massive mechanical fault. To suggest otherwise would be a bit naive. But if they can keep working together, they can keep their carts clean, they can have an exclusive battle for the podium positions. And I'm sure if you're Gage Grant or Mateo Quinto, you're thinking if you have more pace than Jeffrey Sanguinetti, then you can push away a little bit and at least limit the potential damage of maybe making a mistake. Whereas if you leave it as a 4-car battle, you are under fire, which is exactly what's going on here with Gage Grant as he comes under pressure from Harrison Jeffrey. So I don't know how much of their pushing is necessarily an offensive move as much as it's a defensive and trying not to make the mistake that puts them out of this race, that takes them out of podium position. Because I know, like, as much as they'd like to catch Jackson Porter, they know that they've been getting yarded the last few laps. It's not realistic. So I think that Mateo Quinto here, he's going to be on the defensive pretty soon because Gage Grant, Harrison Jeffrey, and Christian Sanguinetti, they can all feel a podium coming. And I feel like they're going to try their best to go and get it.
Yeah, to give these group of kids credit, it wasn't even like these kids actually slowed down in this feature race because in that second he's, whoa, Gage Grant with a late lunge caught me off guard. He's through to P2. And now Harrison Jeffrey, he smells blood in the water here. Quinto's starting to fall back. He senses the podiums on the cards here. So does Sanguinetti. Gage Grant, he went early. I thought, listen, there's 3 laps to go. There's no way he goes for a move. Emery, I mean, like you mentioned, I wonder if that move, less of an offense, more of a defensive move of, listen, I want one extra cart between me and a podium position. So now Gage Grant leads this train. Right now, it's a silver medal for him. Quinto's holding on to third place so far. He's setting up beautifully for this bowl corner. Watch the run. Quinto gets on the exit here. Does he go for a move, or does he push Grant here with 2.5 laps remaining down the back straightaway? Quinto, I feel like the gloves are off a little early here. Does he go for a move like Grant does? Yes, he does. Mateo Quinto returns the favor, said, you could do it. I could do it too. He's through. Jeffrey again going to try to go for third. Nothing to it. Quinto and Gage Grant are battling here, but they can't battle too hard because Jeffrey and Sanguinetti are still in the mix, and they're not going to leave anytime soon here, Emery.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey's going to have to try to find a place that isn't that kink into the next hairpin corner, because you're going to see a lot of different potential opportunities here between Quinto and Grant, but between fourth to third is where it's a little bit more difficult to make a move in the midst of that pack. So now there is Jeffrey trying a little bit of a peek out towards that back bowl corner. Not going to happen there. So now Quinto going to go defensive. He doesn't really need to. He's got about a cart length in hand on Gage Grant. That's going to compromise his run a little bit down towards the kink and towards the short shoot. So Quinto not having to go too defensive there, that will help him and be able to have a little bit more breathing room. But for Gage Grant and Harrison Jeffrey now, where can Jeffrey try to find that move? I thought the last time through, he probably should have made a move into that hairpin that they just passed right now. But as it comes on, you've got to try to find just that one area to catch them off guard, because we're so late in the race now that you're not going to be able to catch these guys by surprise. They're going to be ready to block at any time as we get set to go down to the white flag lap. Jackson Porter is so far in the clear. He's going to win this one by a country mile, but the battle for second continues to rage on as Mateo Quinto looks like he's got just enough cart to not be able to block as they come down the back straightaway, Alex.
Yeah, you say that, but Quinto's going to block again down the back straightaway. It's going to compromise his exit once again here. So now, does Gage Grant go for a lunge? He does. Gage Grant through to P2. Jeffrey's going to try to make a lunge there for third. Not yet. Gage Grant back to P2. Here's the Hy-Vee red machine of Jackson Porter rounding the final couple of corners. We're back through there to the battle for second and third. I didn't see Grant and Quinto. I wonder if they had a bit of contact, but here's Jackson Porter round the final corner, takes the checkered flag to sweep the weekend in Minimax. Who takes second place? It's going to be Mateo Quinto, Gage Grant, then it's Jeffrey Sanguinetti rounding out your top five. Mateo Quinto was able to reclaim the second place spot there. What a last lap battle between those two drivers. They put on an absolute clinic on how to race clean, fair, and incredible stuff from those drivers there. Jackson Porter, Mateo Quinto, Gage Grant. That's your podium in Minimax.
Yeah, what a race there for second. Mateo Quinto and Gage Grant put on a show. Quinto was able to put himself in a good position there, overcame a mistake with his blocking to put himself in second. He beats Gage Grant to the line, Harrison Jeffrey in fourth, Christian Sanguinetti in fifth. But Alex, the story of this race for me was Jackson Porter got shuffled back for the first time all weekend in the early stages and then absolutely just drove away from the field. Consistent 48 5s and 6s. He was able to put a big gap on the field by the end of the race. How about 4.7 seconds on the field for Jackson Porter? I mean, that is insane from Jackson Porter.
Yeah, well, I was alluding to it earlier before Gage Grant and Quinto started going at it there with 3 to go, where to give them credit, right, the lap times that they were turning at a 48.7 is what we saw in Heat 2 when they were right up there with Jackson Porter. The problem that they faced is that Jackson Porter turned the wick up in this final race. I was doing 48.3s in a feature race, at 3:30 in the afternoon here in Phoenix. So Jackson Porter was incredible, and like you said, 14 laps into this race, and he did a 48.5, which is 0.2 faster than the fastest lap of the race by anybody else. So his last lap was quicker than any other drivers are able to do all race long. So just to give you an idea of how impressive Jackson Porter was in this one. But Mateo Quinto, like you mentioned, I mean, he didn't actually even have to block in that last lap, but because he did, it actually made his life a lot more difficult than it had to be. Grant got around him. Quinto was able to get right back around him. And then Jeffrey, who just was out of reach at a podium there in fourth, was able to hold off Sanguinetti in fifth. I mean, what an incredible showcase of racecraft these Minimax drivers put on. Like I mentioned, it may only be a 7-car field. It doesn't take a lot of drivers to put on a good show.
Absolutely. So Jackson Porter wins at Minimax. We saw some really good battling through junior and senior max, Alex, and as we ended with the outstanding duel between Lucas Durango and Cameron Becker in the micro max category as well. Alex, as we wrap up today, any final thoughts on the racing that we saw this afternoon at PKRA?
Awesome stuff. I mean, this track's incredible. The racing's awesome. And I'm excited for tomorrow. I think it's going to be another incredible, showcase of racecraft between all four classes here. I mean, there was not any class that didn't put on a show for us. Junior put on a show, micro put on a show, senior, as always, put on a show, and then these mini max kids rounded off our day with maybe the race of the day. So what a run for all these drivers. Congratulations to all of our winners as well. And yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow, Emery.
Absolutely. Tomorrow, we're back on live again for the warm-ups, bright and early, 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, set to go for another second day in this 8-round championship battle for the U.S. Trophy West, Rotax West Trophy here at PKRA. So that wraps up today's live action from Alexander Searle, myself, Emery Lida. This has been Kart Chaser presented by Acceleration Kart Racing, and we will see you tomorrow for round number 2.